Hello everyone, welcome to the IASC-RIHN Commons workshop. My name is Christoph Ruprecht, I'm one of the organizing team, and thank you very much for joining our workshop. We will start our workshop today with greeting words from representatives from our two hosts, the IASC and RIHN. And with that, I would like to hand over the microphone to Inoue-san.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to declare opening the online workshop on commons, post-development, and the growth in Asia, and welcome the participants mainly from Asian countries who joined to exchange experience and discuss together for 3 days. I'm Makoto Inoue, and it's my privilege and pleasure on behalf of International Association for the Study of the Commons to welcome all of you here in Zoom meeting room today. As you know, the International Association for the Study of the Commons, or IASC, was founded in 1989 and aims to encourage exchange of knowledge among diverse disciplines, areas, and resource types to foster mutual exchange of scholarship and practical experience, and to promote appropriate institutional design. We are entering a new era and should cope with COVID-19. It is indispensable for us to reconsider the basis of our society. I mean a myth of economic growth and sustained development. Even though the workshop was planned before the emergence of COVID-19, it is timely to hold the workshop on commons, post-development, and degrowth at this moment. In this regard, staff of the organizer, Research Institute for Humanity and Nature, are certainly foresighted and praised. I really appreciate the initiative taken by a Research Institute for Humanity and Nature. We're also delighted to have 3 excellent keynote speakers, Mr. Ashish Kothari, Professor Gakuto Takamura, and Professor Alyne Elizabeth. We already received interesting files of keynotes and other presentations for 6 sessions in the channel of Slack. I really feel excited to take part in the workshop as one of the participants. Before starting today's keynote speech, I want to say once more on behalf of the IASC, welcome everybody. It's wonderful to see all of you here, and let's enjoy discussion and communication. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. And then next from RIHN, Professor Hein Mallet, please.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. My name is Hein Mallet. I'm one of the 2 deputy directors of the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature based in Kyoto, Japan. Just now, Professor Inoue said, as you all know, and then explained what IASC did. I cannot assume that all of you know RIHN very well, so I'm going to start with 1 minute small commercial for the Institute before I move on to the Commons workshop. RIHN is a small research institute with about 150 staff in Kyoto. It undertakes research on pressing environmental issues across disciplines and together with stakeholders, i.e., in other words, sort of researchers working with non-academics beyond the academic world on real-world problems. Our projects are all proposed by people from the outside, from outside of the institute, and if successful in the sort of long selection process, these people will join the institute and become part of our community for a period of about 5 or 6 years. So in doing so, RIHN tries to provide a sort of a safe space for experimenting with new approaches on research. We don't have a specific line of work or a program, a specific project on commons, but commons pops up as a theme in the work of many of our projects and researchers. And we're very proud to be able to say that a number of years ago in 2013, we co-organized the 14th International Commons Conference here in Kitafuji in Japan. There was a major sort of event in the Institute's history as well. So my own view or conception of commons is that it's a kind of a gathering place for diverse researchers and practitioners, and that they loosely gather around the concepts and methods of common pool resources, but that they're also tied together perhaps more closely by sort of a broadly shared set of intuitions and sympathies. I think commons scholarship has always had a close link with development. So in some ways, the fact that this workshop will be considering post-development comes very naturally, I think. Degrowth, on the other hand, is something that, well, at least I can say that I'm particularly interested in seeing how this conversation will unfold. I'm curious to see whether commons is like one arrow in the degrowth quiver, one tool among many others, or whether there are more comprehensive overlaps that we can discover in the dialogue between degrowth and commons. I'm also overall, it was just already referred to, hoping that some of our discussions can provide new directions for the world after or perhaps enduring the corona pandemic. So very briefly about the workshop itself. Today, Monday, the 20th of July, the focus today is mostly on post-development and the developing, quote unquote, parts of Asia, with a keynote speech by Ashish Kothari following soon. The second day, tomorrow, we look at degrowth and the industrialized, quote unquote, part of Asia, with Professor Takamura providing the keynote speech. We will also learn about existing urban alternatives, and then move to Wednesday, the last day of the workshop, with Alyne, Delaney, getting us, hopefully, more into the acting and communicating together dimension of the commons. And finally, there's a panel at the end where we hope to discuss how to move forward, tighten in and expand our networks of alternatives in a safe but also quick way. So without further ado, I'm going to hand back the microphone to Christoph to carry on with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hein. So after that very nice overview, there are a couple of things I would like to talk about the organization of the conference as a whole, how this thing works, before we get to the first keynote. So some of you might have already joined some of the online conferences that have happened over the last few months. So for some of you, it might be the first time. All of these conferences usually work a little bit differently. The way we kind of see this whole thing working is that we will have presentations in general over Zoom with discussion, questions, etc., and the start of the network happening on Slack. So for that, the first thing I would like to ask you to do is to sign the consent form, because we want to record the whole thing and then make it available on the Slack afterwards. The consent form is available in the welcome channel. The second part will be the basic format for our sessions and the presentations. We have in general, apart from the keynotes, 10-minute presentations, followed by 10 minutes of live questions and answers. That said, as we all know, 10 minutes of questions and answers is usually not enough, especially not for longer conversations. That's why we would like to invite everyone to continue the question and answer debates after the presentation and the time slot is over in the different channels on the Slack. And some of you have already taken advantage of the possibility to view the presentations and provide questions in advance. You will also find on the Slack some other channels. First, there is the welcome channel, which is a good place to look at if you want to find the program, if you want to find the Zoom links, etc. Then you'll find the help and support channel, which does exactly what it says. If you're unsure about something, if you have questions, go there and we will be able to help you. If you haven't done so already, have a look at the introductions channel to get to know each other, and please write your own introduction as well. It's a great chance to get to know people and make this whole online conference a little bit more like an in-person experience. Then there is the general discussion channel for discussions that don't really fit or belong to specific presentations. The networking channels after the session channels for our 2 networking sessions. The closing panel channel, which we'll come to at the end of the workshop. And you will also find off-topic chat and reading material channels. So if you have articles to share from someone else or your own work, then feel free to post that in the reading material channel, because you never can have enough material to read, right? That said, we realized that even online conference spaces like this one need to be aware that where people are interacting, there can always be interactions that are not as nice as they should be. If there is any case where you feel unsafe or you feel harassed or there are problems within the community, between community members or something like that, please reach out to the organizing team immediately and we will try to take care of that. As we have written before, we hope this whole thing is not simply a one-off workshop, but we would like this to be the start of a network around degrowth, commons, and post-development, specifically in regard to Asia. And yeah, as such, please check in once in a while, even after the workshop is over. And yeah, we really look forward to getting to know all of you and hopefully work together with you in the future. With that, I see we have around 2 minutes left before the keynote starts. Before the keynote, I would like to quickly introduce our first keynote presenter, who has graciously agreed to pre-record the keynote, which is something that takes way more time than simply presenting live. So thank you for that. Our first keynote speaker is Ashish Kothari, who has a very impressive and very long career working on environment and development and issues since the 70s already. He is the founder, one of the founders of Kalpa Vriksh, an Indian environmental NGO, and has been in one form or another involved in IUCN sessions in, for example, Greenpeace board roles, and in a lot of different ways around environment, policy, etc. And he's also one of the co-editors of the 3 books that we asked everyone to kind of check out before the workshop, which is The Pluriverse, a Post-Development Dictionary. If you haven't had the chance to look at this book in detail, it is available for sale, but there is also a freely shared version because it is also released under Creative Commons. And it's a fantastic book which will inspire your research for years to come, I can promise you that. So with that, let's get into our first keynote. Give me 1 second while I set this up.
Namaste, hello. First of all, my gratitude and thanks to the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature to be able to participate in this workshop on the commons, degrowth, and post-development. It's a wonderful opportunity for me to be able to speak to all of you on the occasion of this workshop. What I would like to do in the next half an hour or so is to talk about an approach that emerges from some parts of the global south, in particular with our experience in South Asia, called Eco-Swaraj or Radical Ecological Democracy, which is one of the many approaches around the world towards a post-development way of thinking, towards approaching a world of equity, justice, and sustainability. I think I don't need to belabor the point about how the current model of development is a model of violence in many different ways, violence against nature, against cultures, communities, and economic growth, which has become such a ideology for the whole world to adopt, is really growth as cancer if one is to take the planet and even humanity. And as we know in the current crises, this is something that has become exposed even more starkly. We also know that this model of development, especially the move from uh, different ways of living and being and knowing to a homogeneous modernist way of doing things, is in many senses deadening for all those of us who are in this kind of an economy, mostly doing very mechanical jobs. And I call that a move from livelihoods to deadlihoods. We're also currently, the whole world is currently in this scenario of COVID crisis. And in many ways, of course, it's a health crisis, but it's also a crisis of the way in which humanity responds to these sorts of events. And as we can see, there are broadly two paths out of this. One is what many states and corporations are doing, using this as an excuse for more authoritarianism, more state surveillance, more profiteering, and so on. Or, as many social movements around the world are arguing and trying to practice, a move towards a more systemic transformation towards a different world, a world in which there is much more justice, equality, equity, sustainability, and so on. As we see in many parts of the world, there are some amazing responses coming from people towards more ecologically based, more feminist based, more softer, more collaborative, more solidarity based approaches to how do we get out of the current crisis. But of course, we also know that most states are not necessarily taking this kind of a course. So the big question that arises for all of us is, what are our pathways out of these, not just the COVID and lockdown crises, but also all the other global crises we're in, whether it's climate or it's biodiversity or it's inequality or it's conflicts or it's pollution. What do we have alternatives? Do we have pathways that are able to take us out of the multiple messes that we're in? And to me, I think there are two broad ways we can look at this. One is the pathway of resistance, which is so very crucial. And this is resistance not just to individual projects of destruction, such as what you see in this image of a rally, a demonstration against a mega hydro project that was proposed in central India, or against specific projects of, for instance, privatization, like the movement against water privatization in Jakarta, but in fact resistance against the fundamental structures of oppression, of exploitation, of unsustainability, including currently dominant capitalism or state domination or patriarchy, much older, racism, communalism, and so on and so forth. And in very many ways, this kind of resistance, where people are able to show that there's not one way of living and being, but multiple ways of living, being, doing, understanding, dreaming, and being able to actually show that there are there's a pluriverse of cosmovisions out there of how we relate to the rest of nature, how we relate to each other, and that these can form resistance, these can form alternatives to the currently dominant systems. This is such a important way by which resistance movements, protest movements against extractivism, against domination, etc., are part of the alternatives. But at the same time, we also need constructive ways for people to meet their needs, their aspirations, for people to move out of poverty and hunger and deprivation and so on. And my own experience is much more from South Asia, where we have been, especially in India, documenting hundreds of such examples of people on the ground doing the most amazing work to meet basic needs, to meet their aspirations, to go beyond their immediate problems, to looking at thriving societies. And this is, of course, also happening around the world. We won't have the time in this presentation for me to obviously give all of these examples, but just to put up a few names, some of which you'll be familiar with, of movements, whether it's to do with the commons, or it's to do with degrowth, or it's to do with transition, or it's to do with exciting stuff happening in the Kurdish Rojava area or the Zapatista area in Mexico, or it's to do with eco-socialism, ecofeminism, feminism, agroecology. There's thousands of places around the world where this kind of radical alternatives are being conceived of and practiced, and we can learn a lot from that. I'm going to give you a few examples from the ones that I know of, some from India and some from outside. So this, for instance, is one of the most inspiring. It's a group of about 5,000 women farmers belonging to the most oppressed section of Indian society, that is the Dalits, or the so-called untouchables, and also some Adivasi or indigenous women, who used to suffer from hunger, malnourishment, deprivation, exploitation, oppression 30 years back. Then they actually started mobilizing themselves, creating women's committees in many of these 70-75 villages, and bringing back their traditional diversity of seeds, and taking control over their land, over their knowledge, over the water, and also collectivizing a lot of the operations, holding knowledge in the commons, holding seeds in the commons, and through all of that actually creating an incredible agricultural revolution, moving completely to organic and creating food sovereignty, which is to say complete control over everything to do with the production and the use and the sale and the consumption of food. But along with that, also creating a community media system, making their own films, running a community radio station, and in many other ways transforming their lives to ones that command much greater respect, much better status, a much more equal status than used to be the case. And amazingly, the same women who were suffering hunger 30 years back are today, in fact, in the COVID time, they were producing enough on their farms to be able to also feed others who did not have enough, and to provide for a lot of the relief work that was needed in their area. Similar example is from Bangladesh, where 20-30,000 farmers, a lot of them women, are leading a quiet revolution towards more sustainable, more agriculturally diverse, more organic ways of cultivation, and also going into their own cultural roots, their own ecological roots, and celebrating agriculture as a cultural phenomenon, celebrating the earth as something that is sacred, and again doing extremely well in the lockdown period. A third example is from the crafts sector, because it's not just agriculture and so on which will sustain the livelihoods and the lives of people. We also need to talk about manufacturing and services and so on, and what are the alternatives there. So in India, for instance, maybe something like 100 to 200 million people would at some point have been employed in crafts, the second biggest employer after agriculture. And today we are seeing, at least in some parts of India, a revival of this kind of craft-based livelihoods. For instance, here in Kutch in Western India, where handloom weaving based on organic cotton has come back. And as a result of that, young men and women are now again expressing their creativity on the loom, doing things which combine both traditional heritage and modern design and products and so on, retaining the heritage but also earning a good livelihood, and in some senses creating a sort of recreating a sort of pride in their own local livelihoods. We see actually across many parts of South Asia that where villages have been able to revitalize their economies, revitalize their society by also dealing with issues of gender injustice and caste injustice and so on, that these thriving rural communities become a place where not only is out migration into cities reduced or stopped, but in fact there's sometimes reverse migration. People who had moved out into industries or into cities are actually coming back because they find a more conducive and a more exciting atmosphere to work with in their own villages. We also have state supported programs like Kudumbashree in Kerala, where because of localized approach to economy and to livelihood generation, something like 5 million women are able to get dignified livelihoods in their own settlements. And in fact, this was one of the networks across Kerala which did extremely well in the COVID crisis. And many people, I'm sure, know about the Kerala model as being the shining example from India, possibly the only state which did really well in dealing with COVID as both a health crisis and a livelihoods crisis. Moving to cities, again, examples from different parts of the world. Here in Western India, this is an example where in cities, urban communities, especially the most deprived and marginalized communities are asserting their right to be part of the planning for their own colonies, to be part of budgeting for their own colonies, to be part of deciding what kind of houses, how should we become water self-reliant, what kind of energy systems, how do we deal with garbage, how do we create a local decision-making structure in which women are also equally empowered, and so on. So to be able to show that even in cities which are otherwise so anonymous and so difficult to deal with, you can create these kind of transformations of self-governance, of dignity, of self-provisioning for basic needs. In many parts of Europe, for instance, we find that urban youth are taking up some of the most incredible economic activities which are not oriented towards capitalist profit making and or dominating other sections, but actually about solidarity, about working less with centralized money, more with sharing and caring, more with alternative currencies, more with time banking, sharing one's own resources, more with non-profit kind of approaches, where people are having fun, they're enjoying themselves, they're also earning a livelihood. But it's not that they're exploiting nature or exploiting other people in doing so. Coming back to India, very, very interesting examples of how economic democracy and political democracy and social justice go hand in hand. So this is a village which 30 years back, as a part of a movement against the mega hydroelectricity project, also decided that from then onwards, all the decisions to be taken in the village would be taken by the community itself and by consensus, where all the men and the women are involved. And over time, they built the capacity for people to be able to participate in these village level, what they call gram sabhas or village assemblies. Interestingly, also, they about 5 years back converted all their private agricultural land into the commons. And in a sense, this tiny village is actually given a huge challenge to the increasing privatization of land, nature, natural resources, knowledge, and so on that is happening around the world. And they gave a very interesting slogan saying that even as we elect the government in Mumbai and New Delhi, in our village, we are the government. And I'll come back a bit later on the kind of what this means for democracy. Inspired from this, a federation of 90 villages in the same area in central India have created or are moving towards what they call Adivasi or indigenous self-rule. They've stopped a mining proposal from the government by a corporation. They are moving towards more sustainable livelihoods based on forests, reclaiming their community rights to the forests and the land, looking at what were their own indigenous systems of governance and how can you build on that, but also change them to make them more equitable, for instance, by women also being empowered to be part of the decision making process and to assert their indigenous cultural identity, including by questioning the way the education system works, which alienates their children from their own communities. And how can you change that education system so that it's rooted in their own cultures and their own ecologies, but also enables children to learn from outside. Moving away from India, one of the most inspiring movements that we know of in possibly the most war-torn area of the world in Central Asia, Kurdistan, in the on the border between Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey, a movement led amazingly by women. And I say amazingly because this has been a very patriarchal society, but women are leading that towards trying to create a autonomous region based on radical direct democracy, local democracy based on eco-feminist principles, trying to create a zone of peace in the middle of that war-torn area, and using in the process ideology called genealogy, which is essentially very, very based on feminist and ecological principles. In fact, somewhat similar things happening in cities in especially in Europe, called municipalism based or feminist politics, which is based much more on caring and sharing and not on this intense and hostile competition which politics is unfortunately based on across the world, and also creating fearless cities where refugees and migrants are able to live with dignity rather than in fear. Across the world, we also see thousands and thousands of examples of what is called territories of life. They used to be called ICCAs, community, indigenous and local community conserved areas. These are territories, some small, a few hectares, some huge, tens of thousands of square kilometers, where indigenous people or other local communities have asserted their control over these landscapes and seascapes and are trying to sustain nature and natural resources and wildlife and biodiversity while also creating or sustaining dignified livelihoods for themselves based on their own culture, their own knowledge, but also learning from outside, working with NGOs or sometimes also with governments to try and achieve this kind of relatively autonomous and self-reliant, self-sufficient ways of living with the rest of nature. One of the most important things out of this, to go back to to what I said about education, for instance, is that other aspects of society which impinge on people's livelihoods or which report on people's livelihoods or which train new generations, such as the education system, the media system, arts and technology, who is controlling these? Who is it meant for? What kind of people are produced out of it? What kind of learnings do young people get out of it? What kind of truths are actually given out there? Whose truths are given out there? Is all absolutely important. And what we see in different parts of the world is the attempt to deal with the mainstream media and the mainstream education system and mainstream technology, which is dominated by corporations and the government, to deal with it by either confronting, challenging, and trying to change that, or also creating alternative learning spaces, alternative media spaces, alternative technologies by re-democratizing all of these spaces to have it much more in control of ordinary people and much more locally rooted, much more rooted in ecologies, much more rooted in cultures and so on. Many, many examples again from different parts of South Asia and the rest of the world. And one of the most interesting things I find here is going to education is that the ancient word, the root of the word school from ancient Greece is skole, which means leisure. And I know that in India, certainly, there are very, very few schools where children are given leisure. In fact, most schools are like prisons. Now, when all of these kinds of people's movements happen around the world, we also see that policy shifts take place, that governments do and can respond, where often they're in fact a big stumbling block, or they can be even hostile and regressive. There are situations where they can also be progressive. So whether it's through legal changes, such as in many different parts of the world, the acceptance of basic needs as fundamental rights in constitutions or in law, the recognition of indigenous and community territorial rights, affirmative action for people who are or sections of the population that are marginalized, programs such as for organic farming, renewable energy, for much more public transport in many cities in Europe, for instance, and also, of course, the United Nations based agreements and treaties, which can be powerful tools for movements and communities to use. In themselves, they just sit there, they're just pieces of paper. But if you have a mobilized community, you can actually use the different environmental conventions, human rights conventions, indigenous peoples' rights conventions to fight for your own rights and to struggle for more dignified livelihoods and life wherever you are. Obviously, none of these are perfect. Obviously, nation states by and large are not going to want the fundamental transformations we're talking about, but spaces do get created and can be created even in governments to be able to enable more dignified ways of living. Now, let me see if I can put a number of these examples and many, many more that I don't have the time to go into today into some kind of a synthesis. We know that none of these examples and initiatives are perfect, but they all have, and collectively they show pathways out of the kind of crises that we are in. Emerging from the Indian experience, a colleague and I have called it Swaraj or Eco-Swaraj or Prakritik Swaraj. The notion of Swaraj is a very ancient Indian concept that essentially talks about living with responsibility, living autonomously, living freely, having freedom, having self-respect and rights, but also responsibilities towards the rest of nature and towards other people. And in effect, therefore, we're saying that each one of us has to be part of decision making. Power rests with us, not with politicians and bureaucrats, but we use that power with others, not over others, and we use that power to create more justice, more equality, more sustainability, to live in coexistence with the rest of the earth and with other human beings, and where therefore the collective of human beings that is the most interest, that has the most interest in sustaining this, the community, defined in many different ways, is the one that is the basic unit of decision making, not the government, not the private corporation. And I say this with full recognition of the fact that the community itself is not internally homogeneous. There are lots of internal issues, divisions, inequalities, and I'll come back to that in a minute. This is something that's emerged from our context here in India, but there are similar worldviews and cosmovisions and ways of looking at things around the world. Many, for instance, from South America that are coming back in anti-extractivist struggles or in alternative movements or in indigenous self-determination movements. Many in southern and other parts of Africa that are also similarly being used. We have, since right now this is happening from a Japanese center, Kyosai, many others from Native Northern Americans, Southeast Asia, etc. That are in a way rooted in ancient civilizations, but are coming back in the current and the modern context as part of struggles. And then there are a number of them that are emerging from, say, so to speak, the belly of the beast, from the modern world, such as degrowth in Europe, or the commons movement in many parts of the world, or solidarity economy, eco-socialism, feminism, etc., that are coming out of modern systems as a kind of a very strong reaction to the sort of dominant extractivist, exploitative modernity that the industrialized world has seen. A lot of these are have been put into this book called Pluriverse, which please take a look at it. More than 100 examples exist in this book that some of us recently came out with. And now, of course, the latest that is coming from the industrialized world is the Green New Deals, especially from Europe and the United States. Now there's a lot of exciting potential in the Green New Deals, but they're still imperfect. They still have some fundamental flaws, for instance, in how inequality is dealt with between the global north and the global south. Or, for instance, still having somewhat mechanistic ways of looking at the world, rather than also having very deeply cultural, ethical, spiritual ways of looking at the rest of nature and the world. So there's a lot of cross-learning that we have to do between the different worldviews and alternative visions that are emerging from different parts of the world in order to make each one of us much more holistic. And so let me then take the next 3-4 minutes to look at what this holism could look like. Now, if you take the different examples that I've brought out in this presentation, we can think of transformation in 5 different aspects of life, or spheres of life, and we call this the flower of transformation. So what the central Indian villages, for instance, were talking about was a Swaraj, or a radical democracy, which means power where people are. Democracy means power of the people, not power of the politicians we elect and not power of the bureaucrats. So how do we exercise that power in a responsible way? But this also then leads us to the possibilities of questioning the nation state boundaries themselves, and I'll come back to that in my next slide. The second important sphere on the right hand side is economic democracy, which is to say control over the means of production by the producers, control over consumption by consumers, bringing back the economy of caring and sharing rather than a purely monetized way of looking at things, a purely commercial way of looking at things. Bringing out the invisible role, for instance, that women play in the economy, moving much more out of economic globalization towards economic localization, but localization that also takes care of inequalities and exploitations at local levels, moving much more towards self-reliance, especially for basic needs in a certain specified area, and of course the move towards commons instead of privatization. The third important sphere here is social justice, the struggles towards gender justice, against casteism in India, against class, against the kind of racism that we see, the movements right now in the US, Black Lives Matter, and having also galvanized similar movements in different parts of the world. So the movements for equality, equity, justice, and a notion of well-being that is not to do with buying more and more material things, but being satisfied, having satisfactory social relationships, egalitarian and fun friends and family life and so on. Obviously, then connected to this is the fourth sphere of culture and knowledge. All the examples that I've given and that I know of are where there's been a respect for diverse knowledge systems, not the domination of modern science and technology, a respect for diverse cultures, diverse faiths, not the imposition of a single religion over the entire population, as for instance is happening right now in India. Um, and also knowledge in the commons, not privatized, not intellectual property rights, but saying that knowledge needs to be something that all of humanity should have access to. And of course, then the fifth sphere of ecological resilience, because without sustaining the earth and the biodiversity and so on which all life is based, including human life, we would all be dead in the short run or the long run. And so clearly, of course, addressing issues of climate crisis, biodiversity crisis, etc. Now, at the center of this flower of transformation is, I think, the most important part of all of this, which is the ethical principles and values that emerge from this. But before I get to that, a quick look at what I was talking about, which is if you talk about radical democracy and Swaraj, we also then have to question the boundaries of nation states and in fact the domination of the nation state, maybe even the concept of the nation state. So South Asia, for instance, has been historically divided largely because of colonialism into different countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, etc. Some is of course more historical. But these boundaries have also cut ecosystems into two, such as a huge mangrove ecosystem between Bangladesh and India, or the desert between India and Pakistan, or the cold Himalayan aspects, or for instance, Tibet and Ladakh, which are more or less the same sort of a plateau between India and China, where currently there's a huge face-off tension that is taking place. So, can we reimagine our political decision making towards actually thinking of these as of these ecosystems, which are also biocultural areas where there are fishing communities or nomadic pastoral communities or others, as being units of decision making that kind of dissolve or begin to dissolve the nation state boundaries. This is something that's worth thinking about and moving towards, and it's not necessarily a complete utopia. This kind of thing has happened in other parts of the world. So that center of the flower of decision making is a set of ethical principles and values, which I think is the most important part of this whole story. Because it's not as if we can learn from one example and replicate it somewhere else, or in fact upscale it. I think replication and upscaling are faulty concepts. These are corporate or government kind of concepts. What we're talking about is, since every place is unique in some way or the other, it's economically, ideologically, ecologically, politically different from every other place, culturally different. We need to look at other examples and say, okay, what are the lessons we can learn from them and apply them in our own context? And to me, it's this set of values that's really crucial. So for instance, working through cooperation, collectivity, solidarity in the commons, rather than through selfish individualism, or working with the rest of nature rather than in an exploitative sense, respecting the rest of nature just as we want respect for each other, working in ways that are non-violent, in the ways we speak, the ways we act, the ways we do things, working for autonomy and self-governance, as the many examples that I've given you, etc. Obviously we don't have the time to go into all of this, but I think this really is at the crux of this, and this is what actually will bind. It's, let's say, the common thread between the pluriverse of alternatives, the pluriverse of cosmovisions and ideologies that I mentioned earlier. These are, I think, the values are what thread us together. So let me end now by just giving asking these questions of what is it that will make it's not just these examples scattered all over the world that will make the macro change happen, that will actually defeat the currently dominant systems and change the larger economy, the larger polity, and so on. I think it's this combination of the resistance to the currently dominant systems and the creation and the construction of alternatives. It's the combination of the centrality of the movements of those who are marginalized, expressing their own agency, but with critical support from people like us, from civil society, from sensitive government officers, etc. It's the ability to continue working for fundamental transformation, even as we ask for more and more spaces within the current system. So the transitions also as being important. And it's the ability to, even as we practice these alternatives, to vision the future, to dream for what we want 50 years from now or 100 years from now for our community, our country, the world, and then see what are the pathways of working towards that, and always build history into this so that we are learning constantly from the past. In India, we have a process called the Vikalp Sangam, or alternatives confluences, not conferences, which attempt to bring together on a common platform a lot of the movements, organizations, individuals working on these sorts of radical alternatives, to learn from each other, to share, to collaborate, to become more of a critical mass. Please take a look at that website for hundreds of stories of transformation from different parts of the country. And emerging from this experience and other similar experiences, for instance, of Crianza Mutua in Mexico and elsewhere, we've also recently started the Global Tapestry of Alternatives, which is trying in a non-hierarchical way to weave together the different radical alternatives around the world to create a decolonized, post-development world where we can actually start making the critical macro changes also possible. And so with that, and I think with the optimism that emerging out of the current and multiple global crises, we will be able to create this kind of a radically alternative post-development world. I would like to end here. That's my email for anybody who wants to get in touch later. Once again, thank you very much to the organizers for this wonderful opportunity.
And that brings us to the end of our first keynote. Thank you very much, Ashish. So now let's move on to the discussion section. As I've noted, there are already some questions in the channel for Ashish. I would like to go through the questions one by one. I do think that the first person who asked the question actually is currently not part of the call, so I will read the question out because it's interesting, and I think other people probably would want to hear the answer as well. So the question, is that okay for you, Ashish?
That's fine. Do you want to stop screen share? I think your screen share is still on.
Sure, yes, I can stop that. 1 second.
Thank you.
Very nice, okay. So the first question is by Takuya Takahashi, and he says, I was so impressed by the rich and diverse examples you presented. How can we share such examples between the global south and north? I'm wondering about this issue because backgrounds vary so much between these two parts of the world. Please share your thoughts based on your experiences of the global tapestry of alternatives or other projects.
Thank you. Yes, I think this is it's a crucial issue because we do have different languages, different cultures, different ways of even understanding the same word or the same concept. And I think there is no shortcut to this, but to engage in deep and detailed dialogues. Now, of course, we know that currently meeting physically and having face-to-face discussions and dialogues over juice or coffee or tea, etc., is not possible right now, and maybe for the immediate near future. But we do have forums like this, and I think the more we're able to talk to each other, the more we're able to find ways of interpreting each other, not just in terms of language like English and Hindi and so on, and Japanese and so on, but also what does a particular concept mean in our own cultural context or in our own economic context. To be able to explain that to each other, I think the more we should be able to build those bridges. But I think the second thing that is very important in this is to give examples. Very often our dialogues and discussions get restricted to just the conceptual, the theoretical, the abstract notions. And that doesn't give us a good understanding of things. So for instance, in the book, in Pluriverse, we have an entry from Japan called Kyosai. And from that entry, of course, I can understand a little bit about the concept and how currently it's coming back in Japan. But it would be for me to understand it better, it would be so much nicer if I could also look at some examples of where it was used as a concept for living, for actual practical living, or is currently coming back in some sense as part of movements and so on. And which is why in my presentation, I tried to give a number of examples so that we could understand what when I say radical ecological democracy, or when I say Swaraj, or when, for instance, the Kurdish women say genealogy, what exactly do they mean by actually looking at how their lives are being lived, how they're trying to make the change, how they're trying to live the change and the transformation that they talk about. So I think we need much more of these dialogues, much more of exchange of material, information, films, documentation, podcasts, etc., that we can learn each other. And finally, also much more expressions of solidarity with each other. We know that a number of movements around the world are threatened by the current state and the corporate system. And by understanding why those movements are there and what threats they face, and by expressing solidarity, also we build the bridges across cultures and communities that are so important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there were some very important points in there, and I think this workshop actually, if it can help to do some of the things that you just mentioned, then I think for us organizers, it was already a success in that regard. So I would like to move on to the next question, and I think the person who asked the question is in the chat, but asks that I read it out. So the question is from Bettina. I understand that the variety of different post-development strategies can bring enrichment, and it is important because every community is unique. However, the most common claim against this variety is that it is too complicated to be understood by the majority of people. In order to reach macro change, I suppose people might need a simple concept. In this sense, do you think it is really enough that the various concepts, in quotes, only share values, or would it be better to have one main concept with different manifestations?
That's a complex question, a very good one. When my four co-editors and I were putting together the book Pluriverse, this was a question that we had. We were orienting the book towards understanding the fact that there is a diversity of solutions, a diversity of alternatives, a diversity of ways of being and knowing and understanding and dreaming and thinking and so on. And that we should not try to conflate all of these into a single notion, which is exactly what developmentality has done, or Western modernity has tried to do. But on the other hand, we also had this complex task of trying to figure out, but then what is common between them if we don't use a single term. And here, as a slight but I think important digression, just like we have in the global South, we have sort of very blindly accepted what comes to us from the West. I think we have to be very careful not to blindly accept, and we've done that with all the regressive things like development and growth and so on. We should also be careful not to blindly accept the alternatives. So for some reason, degrowth seems to be something that everybody thinks might be relevant, and it's a fantastic concept, but it's a fantastic concept for a certain context, not necessarily for the whole world, and which is why this pluriverse of worldviews and practices is so important. But there are things that thread us together, and I think that's where we can reach people's minds and hearts, which is the fundamental values, the ethics, the value of love, the value of solidarity, the value of compassion, the value of living and relating to each other in ways that are complementary rather than competitive. And we see this in the current COVID context. It is so important and so interesting around the world how acts of solidarity are what are bringing people together. Even as we keep physical distance, we are trying to increase our social bonding and to respond to the crises, for instance, by helping elderly people who can't go shopping, or by creating, in India, creating massive networks of civil society to help the migrant workers and other casual workers who have been who have suddenly become unemployed. I think if we are able to tell stories about this more, if we're able to tell anecdotes much more, apart from doing all our scientific work and so on, which is important, of course, but the way to reach people is actually through storytelling. It's through using these fundamental concepts of feeling, of emotions, along with, of course, rationality and so on. But it's really what makes us human is this combination of things. And I think as environmentalists or human rights activists or whatever we are, we have not been very good at this. We have been mostly trying to reach people through their heads intellectually. And that's not enough. We need to be able to reach people's hearts and convey the sense of how it is so very important for everybody's survival and for everybody to thrive. And by everybody, I mean not just human beings, but also other species, the rest of nature, to be able to live in coexistence. I think most people in the world would prefer peace over conflict, would prefer generosity over selfishness. But it's certain systems that actually bring out the competitive selfishness and hostility in us. And I think the more we can actually relate to each other, change, build the cultural dialogues, etc., that I spoke about earlier, the more we are able to prioritize the peace-loving part of ourselves, the harmony-loving part of ourselves, the solidarity-loving part of ourselves. So I think this is what we should do. So I think the temptation to, sorry, this has been too long an answer, but the temptation to try and put everything into one concept or one value, I think should be resisted, because what that will do is it will become other imposition, a cultural or some other form of imposition on this diversity of things. And I don't think diversity is necessarily complex. If we can tell stories, if we can tell 5 stories to our children of 5 diverse systems, and they say, okay, what brings them all together? Love, compassion, solidarity, but also respect of diversity. Is that probably not so difficult? I think we can do it through storytelling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I was told it's probably better if I show my face as well. Hello, everyone. Let's move on to the next question. Thanks for that answer. I personally liked it a lot because I've also lately come to think a lot about storytelling in relation to my work. The next question is by Stephen McGreevy. I think Stephen is also in the chat. Stephen, would you mind asking a question directly?
Sure. Can everyone hear me? I think you can. Hello, Ashish. Thank you so much for that excellent presentation. My question was just how these local initiatives that you spoke of, how they spread. And I know we talked a little bit about scaling up as sort of a misnomer, and that's not what I'm trying to get at, but how are these activities sort of spreading throughout the country? And is it perhaps citizen to citizen or farmer to farmer networks like the agroecological scene in Latin America? And then how are the municipal and national governments then responding to these initiatives? Are they supportive in some places, or is it met with resistance? Just something along those lines would be really interesting. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. And that's a lovely background. Is it a desktop background, or is that actually the environment you're sitting in right now?
Yeah, it's a desktop background, but it's near my home here in the mountains.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I should be jealous. Thanks, Stephen. Yes. So I think there's 2 very important ways to, what I say, scale out rather than scale up. And as I already mentioned in the presentation, scaling up is a very corporate concept, even though many NGOs also use it for becoming bigger and bigger empires. So scale out is the idea that, okay, if, for instance, the Dalit women farmers of Deccan Development Society in South India that I mentioned have created this amazing process of achieving food sovereignty, it would be important to try and learn the lessons from how they did it, why they did it, how did they overcome the hurdles, what were the fundamental values coming out of that. And then those lessons, and especially the values, can then be learned by another community and say, well, if they could do it, why can't we also do it? But we base it and modify it according to our own cultural, ecological, economic context. And so this requires, one of what you're saying is networking. But this would be not just networking within the same thematic area. So an agroecology network is absolutely important so that farmers can learn from each other. But it also needs to be agroecology along with, let's say, the gender, the feminist movement, along with, say, the ecological movement, along with, say, the health movement, and so on, which then enables communities or collectives to actually become more holistic in their transformation. And the process I mentioned, Vikalp Sangam in India, Alternatives Confluence, is one such platform for this kind of networking and exchange and so on. But it also needs a lot more support from civil society in terms of documentation, putting the stories out there, enabling the exchanges to happen, etc. But the second crucial thing here is policy shifts. And this relates to the second part of your question. By and large, when radical grassroots alternatives become large or become effective, the state tries to either subvert them, co-opt them, or hit back, because it does challenge fundamental relationships of power and so on. But there are also, like I said earlier in the presentation, there are also elements within the state, or at particular points in time, the nature of the party in power or whatever, that is more conducive, more open to these kinds of ideas. And then you bring in policy shifts. For instance, in India, about 16 or 17 states have policies or programs for promoting organic, sustainable farming. Now, this would have been unthinkable 20 years back when everybody was promoting, or 15 years back when everybody was promoting chemical green revolution kind of agriculture. So you begin to see that grassroots practice and mobilization and advocacy and pressure does create policy shifts. And if those policy shifts are in the right direction, they could significantly enhance the scaling out, because then suddenly farmers or craftspeople or forest dwellers, the Forest Rights Act in India is another example of that, where communities can reclaim collective rights to govern their forests. That these communities will find that instead of a hostile policy environment, there is a conducive policy environment for making the transformations happen. And I think so we need to, until the state exists, eventually, like I said, maybe we don't even need a nation state, but until there is one, to try and make it accountable, to make it more positive in terms of policy shifts, etc. And we have many examples around the world where that has also happened. Exceptions, but nevertheless, they're there, and they prove that it is possible. So we need at least these two things for the scaling out and the ability for much wider transformations to take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next question is by Surajit Kundu, who is, I think, also in the call. Would you like to ask a question directly?
No, please, you carry on.
Christoph, I think he said that you should carry on and ask.
Okay. Then I'll read it out instead. So a PVTG is present in West Bengal, India, named Lota. Central government excluded the name from central PVTG list in terms of developmental work at present. What should be the possible ways to develop them in this condition using local government?
Thank you, Surajit. I don't know the Lota so well, but I have a little bit of understanding of a couple of other PVTGs. For those who are not familiar with the Indian situation, PVTG used to be called Primitive Tribal Group, but now it's called Particularly Vulnerable Tribal Group. These are the oldest inhabitants of India, indigenous people, and there are a few dozen of these communities, mostly very small. Surajit, I think that like the PVTG I'm a little bit familiar with is the Dongria Kond, also in the state of Odisha. which was threatened with mining a few years back, and they resisted, and they were able to stop the mining proposal. The thing that we realized over there is that there is a Dongria Konda Development Agency, a so-called development agency for ensuring that this primitive or particularly vulnerable tribe actually develops. We found that virtually all of the programs that they had for the indigenous community were inappropriate. They did not base themselves on indigenous knowledge. They did not understand or try to build on the local ecological circumstances, their own natural resources, their food resources, their agricultural systems, etc., all of which are fantastic. They're sophisticated systems. But because they're considered primitive, just changing the name to particularly vulnerable does not change the mindset of the dominant system. The dominant system still thinks of them as being outmoded, old-fashioned. They have to be brought into the modern mainstream. And that is a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. It's the education system takes the children away from their own ecological and cultural roots and trains them to be mainstream adults. The health system does that. The development system does that. So what is needed, and this is beginning to happen in a number of other Adivasi communities, and even in the Dongria Kond, there is resistance to this kind of imposition, is to say that, yes, we want certain inputs from the modern system. Maybe we want some health inputs or education inputs or whatever, but we need to get them at our own pace and with our own roots intact, our cultural and ecological and economic roots intact. So how do we create alternative education systems, alternative health systems, etc., that base themselves on what is already locally available and that take some of the best stuff from the outside world without destroying the local? I think that's the kind of, I wouldn't even call it development. I would say that's the kind of well-being model that needs to be promoted all across the world, where the agency of the local community is still very much intact, and where that is being added to by appropriate inputs from outside. And these hybrid systems, so to speak, with local governance intact, are available in some other parts of India, which we are trying to see whether in fact there can be a dialogue between, say, the Dongria Kond and the other indigenous communities or other communities that have tried this, so that they can work something out. So just to end there, I think development as we know it, whether in the short run through mining and so on, or in the long run through completely transforming and alienating generations of indigenous people and other communities, is extremely dangerous and threatening. We have to find alternative ways of dealing with this, and all of us are responsible in that sense to help the communities in finding those alternative ways.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so as far as I can see, we have two more questions. The next is by Ria Lambino, who is also on the call. Would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you, Ashish. I thought that was a really interesting presentation. You talked a lot about changing perspectives and worldviews, and we are now in a space in time where after the pandemic is radically shifting systems, and this is such a great opportunity to sort of restart, reboot, and make transitions. So, and you also mentioned in your presentation earlier, and also in your answers to some of the other questions, a bit of some of the steps in terms of how we can sort of really, move perspectives and put in place ethical systems and all that. So, I just wanted to hear a bit more about your thoughts. And the other thing is that I'm wondering if is it helpful to put in place these ethical perspectives that you have mentioned in existing paradigms, for example, in the SDGs or the concept of sustainable development, and just modifying it? Or should we really truly reconceptualize everything and come up with an alternative?
Thanks, Ria. Just to understand, the first part of the question is about a little bit more on the how to move towards transformation. Okay. Yeah, so I think we need a combination of, I mean, some of it is stuff that I've already said, but to take that further, I think the combination of practice on the ground, like Gandhi said, live the life you want, you're preaching, with these kinds of interactions, larger level advocacy, networking, creating the material that can also be put into, say, the education system for the next generation to learn, and always struggling as in terms of resistance against the dominant systems, asking for policy shifts that will enable further transformations on the ground. But to my mind, the most important thing in all of this is enabling the agency of the community, of the local people themselves. And that's something that we, even sometimes as NGOs or researchers, we don't do that. We sometimes kind of assume that we will be their voice, that we can speak on their behalf. And I think that's a faulty way of looking at it. We know, of course, that a lot of communities don't have the capacity to, let's say, come out and talk to the world in the way that they could or should. But that's really the role we can play, is to enable that capacity to be built or rebuilt, or the confidence to come back to the community to be able to make their voice heard. So then them being part of the policy advocacy, them being part of actually having community to community exchanges at much larger level is, I think, to me, the most powerful way of doing it. One way in which I do not believe much radical transformations will take place, which is unfortunately what, for instance, a lot of revolutionary left parties have done. Okay, let's take power, let's take over the government, and then we'll transform the whole society. But as we know, whether it's from Greece or it's from Bolivia or from Ecuador or whatever it is, yes, revolutionary left can be better at things like welfare and at making services public again rather than private. But fundamentally, the economy and the politics does not transform in the way that the flower of transformation that I've spoken about. Power doesn't necessarily go straight down to the people. The economy is not transformed from being extractivist, industrialist, etc., to being much more sustainable. So I think capturing power is not the way to go. It's really about the powerful transformations on the ground. And I know that's slower. And in a climate crisis, we all want to rush into solutions, but I really don't think that solutions are going to lie in centralized decision-making. As far as the ethics part of it is concerned, and this relates again to the first part of what I just said. So if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, I think there's some great stuff there. It's certainly much, much better a framework than the Millennium Development Goals in many ways, especially including gender and environment and so on. But one of those 17 goals is still economic growth.
Right.
And that's just one of the many internal contradictions in the SDG framework. I've written about this and I can send it to you, is that you cannot actually, if you look at it, there's two very crucial missing elements in the SDGs, which was missing also in the MDGs. One, a statement of a very deeply well thought out statement of what is the crisis and why are we in the crisis. Not just what it is, but why are we in the crisis? And which is why, for instance, there's no mention of the fundamental economic and political structures that have created, even things like patriarchy, etc. Is kind of, it's not there in the diagnosis. And the second crucial missing element is a statement of ethics. What are the values that should be underlying the entire SDG framework? It's not there. As far as when I read it many years back, I couldn't see it. And so I think tweaking the SDGs a little bit or tweaking mainstream development models is not going to work. We have a whole section in Pluriverse of about 13 or 14 essays of how superficial or mainstreaming solutions kind of approach will not work. We do need to fundamentally change. And if we were to, for instance, fundamentally change the SDGs, I would knock the economic growth section out, goal completely out, and replace it with, okay, what are the well-being approaches around the world that we can build on, right? And on politics, I don't know which goal it is, governance, whatever goal it is, in that goal, I would say governance needs to go down to the most grassroots level. We need to build the principle of subsidiarity into all political governance, and it should not be based or centered on nation states. And then we would need to change the global governance system. The United Nations is not fit for dealing with the kind of global crisis that we are in. We need united people's assemblies across the world, such as the Amazon assembly that just happened yesterday and day before. So I would say we need more systemic fundamental changes, and not putting ethics into the SDGs by itself will not necessarily make those transformations happen. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are officially out of time, but I've received permission from the host of the next networking session, if that's okay with Ashish, to take 2 more questions, because we have 2 more questions here in the channel.
Sure.
I also see that Dr. Akarna Patnaik is on the call. Would you like to ask your question directly? Otherwise, I will just read it out. No, you want to ask? I see you unmuted yourself. Unfortunately, I can't hear you. So I'm going to read out the question instead. So the question is, I just want to know the difference between community Swaraj and eco-Swaraj, as the examples that you presented dealt more with communities becoming self-sufficient and in alliance with environmental factors. So do you think the community Swaraj is a better representation of what would lead us to degrowth?
Thanks, Archana. I think the fundamental concept of Swaraj should be enough. The reason why we use eco-Swaraj or Prakritik, that is natural Swaraj, is because the ecological aspect has often been missing in the articulation of Swaraj. In Gandhi, it is there to some extent, but also not done deeply. In his economist disciple, Kumarappa, he actually does go a bit more into the environmental ecological aspect, but it's just something that we wanted to highlight as being a fundamental basis for any kind of transformation, because without, like I said in my presentation, without protecting the earth and our natural environment, we will all be dead anyway. So that's the only reason we actually put that prefix, the eco or the Prakritik, in front of Swaraj. But yeah, I mean, you can certainly use community Swaraj, you can use even just Swaraj, as long as it's explained as being something that is multi-dimensional, multiple spheres. Sorry, there was a second part. What was the last part of the Christoph? I missed that.
Do you think community Swaraj is a better representation of what would lead us to degrowth?
Yeah. So again, let me go back to what I said and re-emphasize this. In a country like India, and actually across the global south, I do not think degrowth is going to fly. It is a concept that people are going to react to violently as soon as you say it, because most people still think of themselves as needing growth. And if you are a poor person in some village, then somebody coming and telling you you have to degrow is just not going to work. And why do we want to use a concept that's emerged from Europe and is very relevant to the industrial world, including industrialized parts of the global south? Yes, of course, or those of us who are leading excessively consumptive lifestyles. But we have Swaraj in India. We have Bougainvillea and Samak Kause and Kamatsia Saike and so many others from Latin America. We have Ubuntu and so many of its variants across Africa, Kyosai in Japan. Why don't we assert our own, the concepts that are rooted in our own cultures? And even within India, for instance, there might be half a dozen or a dozen or many of them. From Adivasi indigenous peoples, there'll be other kinds of concepts. In Bangladesh, there is Shohoj. So instead of just saying, okay, are these pathways to degrowth? Can we say, are these pathways to well-being or pathways to happiness, or pathways to prosperity in its real sense, not in the financial sense, or wealth in its real sense of well-being, not money. And then say, well, oh yeah, there is this pluriverse of doing things. So yes, but I think if we take it like that, I do think that Swaraj or eco-Swaraj is definitely a pathway towards that kind of transformation, which you call different things in different parts of the world. And it, sorry, just a quick thing on, because degrowth is, sorry, Christoph, because degrowth is specifically mentioned in the Gandhian concept of Swaraj. The idea is very much rooted in restraining and creating restrictions for ourselves, especially in terms of material consumption or energy consumption, because it is about my autonomy and my freedom, but in responsibility to your autonomy and freedom, which means that if I am over-consumptive, I'm actually taking away your ability to be free and autonomous by snatching your resources or displacing you or whatever it is. And so therefore, yes, inherent to the concept of Swaraj is a concept that if I have grown too much economically, materially, etc., I do need to degrow. So in that sense, yes, there is a connection.
Thank you. So with that, I see there are more questions popping up, but I want to take one more because I already said that we would take one more. And then, of course, as we said, the model of the whole workshop is that the discussion can continue in the channels even after the live part of it is over, because often these discussions take time and become more richer as they take time. So the last question is from Nanako Nakamura. Would you like to ask your question directly?
Sure. Thank you so much for your presentation. My question would be the concept of eco-Swaraj that you touched upon in the presentation. And it said that concept to achieve human well-being through one of the bullet points says respecting the limits of the earth. I wonder if there is any incorporation of non-humans or non-human well-being in this concept, and perhaps more precisely that you can find from the fields or cases that you are knowing from, I don't know, actual grounds. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nanako. The eco-Swaraj and all the other concepts that I mentioned very centrally build in the respect of and continued thriving, not just survival, but thriving of all life forms, not just human beings. So when I say, for instance, Swaraj is about my freedom in responsibility to your freedom, the your includes other species and the earth and the planet as a whole. So it's about planetary limits, but not just seen in a mechanistic, physical, chemical kind of way. That is one way of looking at it, and that's important, but also looking at it from a point of view of respect, of understanding that, for instance, many indigenous people think that everything has a spirit. Even rocks have spirit, the wind has a spirit, rivers have spirit, other animals and plants have spirits. To think of the world around us as being something that is alive, that has its own sacredness, that has its own intrinsic value. And so eco-Swaraj is very, very much centrally rooted in that concept of the well-being of all life. I would not even call them non-human, because to say non-human means that humans are at the center and everything else is non-human. But to say all of life is to be respected and conserved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as I said, everyone is very welcome to continue the discussion on this fascinating and very rich keynote in the channel. But with that, I would like to hand over to Max from the organizing team, who will be in charge of the networking session. Given that this is a workshop and not simply a symposium, we chose this format, not simply having everyone just listen to stuff that we record and then play, but we want to have this to have an interactive element. And that's why we included networking parts as well. So with that, Max, let me hand over the host to you.
Christoph, just as a last thing, I will look at the questions if they're there in Slack, and I will respond on Slack for any
Yes.
questions that got
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I would also
you.
like to note that Ashish has kindly agreed to be part of our closing panel as well. So if you thought this keynote was awesome and let's listen some more to what Ashish has to say, then the closing panel is the perfect place to go to.
Very kind
So
of you.
yeah,
Thanks, Christoph.
thanks again, Ashish, and a virtual round of applause to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, and hello from my side as well. Let me.
Okay, no, you are now host, Max.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Which means I should let the people also get in who are in the waiting list here. I see people still coming and people leaving as well. Well, anyways. So welcome to this session. Now we have about 45 minutes now together. And let me start my screen by choosing the PowerPoint. Good, I think that should be working now. No, but I cannot switch to the next slide. How come? 1 second. Oh, there we go. So, yes, so I'm a researcher here at the Institute in the same project as Christoph. And this session, as he mentioned already, is one first part of 2 pieces which we're doing today. And at this point, in the beginning of the event, it would be nice to figure out what everybody is interested in and what's your motivation to join, but what you're also maybe able to contribute to this community for the next 2-3 days. And to do this, there is a nice online tool that we can use. So basically it's about Post-its, where we have different colors. So maybe if you're in a workshop, you're used to writing ideas on Post-its, and that's possible also online. So we're going to do this on a homepage. And then later on, try maybe to call again some of those and get some more explanation and pick up some of the points. At the same time, some of those points will also be then picked up for the second round tonight. Which starts at 6 o'clock if you can make it. As mentioned already by RIHN earlier in the introduction, there's a kind of arch that goes through these 3 days, where we are today with the keynote looking a little bit more at the post-development angle and the so-called global south or developing Asia. While tomorrow is more about the kind of degrowth kind of perspective for aging societies or post-industrial societies in a way. And the third day then with Alyne looking more at the commons part of this program. Overall, we are not setting out to define post-development or the commons or the degrowth, and the presentations are somewhat matching this arch, but not necessarily. So it is overall a living activity over these days now to work out together what this means for us in this, yeah, as Ashish called it, tapestry or assemblage of different development paradigms. And starting out, this is one of the slides we like to use a lot in our project because it kind of makes clear a lot of the discussions where we're at in the world, but also in a micro scale. So for a long time, the present and the view of the present and the view of problems and the view of development also have been defined in a rather limited way by a kind of limited group of people. So usually older men in most societies, I would say, and of course, usually by the West or the developed countries or the institutions of those countries. But to move forward towards a better future, which is including well-being and sustainability, we need to have a larger view. We have to open up the views, and we have to open up the stories and discussions and the angles. And in order to do that fully, in order to have these options available to us, in order to work out these pathways, it is necessary to recognize that the reality of today in which we are living is not the same for everybody, and so isn't the past. There might be different trajectories how we all get to this point of being online today. We all carry our past and those of our ancestors and societies. And that's why we end up with parallel realities, and talking about the same thing sometimes can be a challenge because we have different past and presents and different words as well. So it's just, this slide is intended to raise the awareness that we need to be careful about wording with each other, but also we need to open up and broaden our views by reflecting upon ourselves, but also on the others that are with us. So let's get started. If you could now go to the homepage onlinequestions.org. Then you will be asked to enter the event number. And so the event number is today's date, so that's 2020-07-20. If you punch that in and press enter, you will see a blank space. That's our blank whiteboard, except I put already 5 post-its in 5 colors. So you're able, if you click on new, you're able, there will be a pop-up of a post-it in front of you, and you're able to write on that post-it. And you are able to choose the color for the post-it. And so I decided to color code, basically. So each color represents one kind of question. And it's possible, if you click on the post-its, you kind of vote on them. So I can see already now 2-3 people voted kind of on the I can offer other participants, or in 10 years the world will be. So I would like to ask you for the next probably 10-15 minutes, take your time and write up these post-its. So please, if you can, for each category at least one. So please write down your motivation why you joined our workshop in yellow. So you can write it, choose the yellow color, and then you hit submit, and it will pop up on all of our screens. If you click, and if you then write what you would like to, what you can offer other participants, what you can teach others, for example, then you can choose the green color and submit it. And again, everybody will see this. So the Turkish blue, the turquoise, is asking how are you making comments, contributing to comments? How are you a commoner? The blue color, it looked grayish blue last night on my other screen. I'm not sure. So the bluish color, I would like to know from you, what is your thoughts on digital or data commons? So far in our program, we didn't receive any presentations on these topics, while everybody, I think, recognizes, I mean, obviously with the Zoom conference, we are living in very digital times. And unfortunately, we need to use Zoom, which is not the best option for a commons workshop. But so digital and data commons are very important. And I would like to know from all of you what you feel or think about those. And the purple one is the last one then. So please write what you think about the world in 10 years. In 10 years, the world will be ... and then you enter your thoughts, wishes, feelings about this. If there are any questions, please submit the questions to the Slack channel and then I'll try to help you. So the Slack channel is called 4-network1. If you have any questions, please reach out there to me and I'll try to help you there as good as I can. But I can see people are already posting. That's very nice. Just keep going. And yes, right. If you want, please include your name, and then it would be possible to pick up, and maybe if you want to explain more, we can get into a conversation through the Zoom. For now, I'll deactivate my camera for a while here, return to this image, and mute my microphone. And I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. Sorry, now we have about 15 to 20 minutes, getting lost here in the languages. Terrible. My Zoom is in German, the other one is in English, and I'm sitting in Japan. 1 second, which one should I share? I should probably get out of the slides here, first of all. Can I share this one? That looks good. Is it the right one? Oh no, it's the other one. There we go. Sorted by colors now. So there's a lot of interesting contributions and we were wondering which ones to pick up from. So many of you did not put a name. That's totally fine. So I'm interested in the light blue ones. That was the question of how are you commenting? How are you contributing? And the darker blue ones is, no, sorry, not the darker blue ones, and the green ones, what you can offer. And I saw that Sachiko Ishihara posted in both, and I think she's online. Then maybe we can start with you, Sachiko, and say a few words maybe about how you're trying to work towards solidarity and support with colleagues in a competitive university environment. What's the competitive environment in Sweden, I believe you are, ne?
Hello, good morning. I'm a little bit sleepy still here in Sweden. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess all the universities have different environments, I think. At my university in Sweden, I'm at Uppsala University. We have a really good group. I'm at the Department of Human Geography. And I'm a PhD student. So I think I'm in a fairly good environment where we have quite a few PhD students that support each other. But I think we're also trying to build more of this supportive environment when it is rather competitive, especially after your PhD. I guess like everywhere, it's really hard, especially after the postdoc, to get a permanent position. So concretely, I guess what we're trying to do now is to try to get what is called a union representative at our department. In Sweden, labor unions, trade unions are quite strong, which is good. And it's quite common to have a representative at each department to connect with the trade unions when we have work issues. And so a PhD student in Sweden is employed, so we're also part of the workers union. So that's something I'm trying to arrange now that we have a representative when we have questions of, when our compensation for teaching has shrunk down, which happened last year. Hopefully we can try to kind of have more kind of solidarity based and try to kind of, does that make sense?
Mm. Yes, of course, yes. Thank you very much. I think we'll just, well, you also wrote a bit about what you would offer. You can, do you want to say 1 or 2 sentences on that one as well?
Sure, I'll be doing my presentation on Wednesday. So that would be about urban to rural migration, some case studies. I'm doing some ethnography in Yakushima and Goto outside of Nagasaki, but I'll be presenting about Yakushima. I didn't actually include anything about the other thing that I wanted to discuss, which was how people are dealing with issues or challenges of translating between the different languages. And I would be publishing in English, and I guess a lot of people also have this dilemma, but also talk about it as opportunities to try to really get into Japanese concepts, like Ashish was saying, like what kind of ideas that we can offer from each of our cultural contexts. So that would be really interesting to have a discussion around at some point.
Right, right. Yes, there's translation in many ways necessary and challenging at all times. Thank you very much. Then, with the spirit of broadening our views, I would like to ask Andrew Paul if I think he's also online, because you also mentioned your name and you posted in both categories. Would you like to say something about your posts?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
There you are, yes. Hey, perfect. I'm not sure where you are actually based. I forgot, sorry.
I'm actually in Canada, so...
Oh. So
yeah.
it's the other way, time-wise.
Yes, it's 11:15. I mean, I'm on the west side, so it's not quite as bad as the east, but yes.
Okay. So you posted about that you're living and sharing with friends, you're not owning a car or a house, which I guess would be probably the standard way or the expected way in a way. And you do community gardening as well. Why don't you tell us a little bit about those activities?
Yeah, so yeah, this is an interesting way to think about it in terms of commenting. But yes, for the last few years now, I have not had a really stable place of residence, I guess, because I've been working in Southeast Asia, and then I was doing my graduate school as well. But I am blessed with having quite a network of friends throughout the world now, but especially across Canada and in Southeast Asia, and then it was in Europe last year as well. But they're all kind of connected through the work that I've been doing in Southeast Asia on the border between Thailand and Burma or Myanmar, because the people I work with, the Karen people, they have basically become a global diaspora because of the situation, the civil war, the refugee situation. And so that's been very much kind of part of my life now, is being part of this part of this global community, this global network, and that culture of being very much of that culture of hospitality and if I can, so I've been living with friends here, and actually quite during this lockdown time, being just basically just living here and sharing the costs of the household and everything like that, and it's just becoming like part of the family, right? So
a small commune.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Yes, nice.
Yeah,
that's a different way of it's a daily practice, right? Actually, what you're doing, and maybe daily learning from each other and with each other, then, and creating your rules and boundaries, probably, which is a big part of commoning.
Yes.
Who can use what when? How about the other post you mentioned? About the indigenous-led peace park. So that's right. That's your presentation, I guess, no?
Right.
What you're gonna have.
My colleague, he's based in Burma, and he was just messaging me that his connection is pretty bad. So I'm not sure. I'm hoping he's going to be able to join the conversation, but he was listening on earlier with the keynote. So we'll see.
Good.
But yeah, he is based in Burma. So, but we did pre-record. So all good.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, and also looking forward to that presentation. Sorry, I had not time yet to look at it, but I hope it works out for everybody, that we uploaded the files, and then even if there's no stable connection, people can hopefully download it if they cannot join the live stream. Well, thanks a lot, Andrew, for the introduction. Good luck with your at-home commoning, and see you throughout the conference in the next days.
Yeah, no, thank you. I look forward to it.
Thanks a lot. I think we have time maybe for one more person. Let me see so I'm taking what do we have here? Well, I know Tamura-san is going to have a chance to talk later on anyways. And Ashish we heard already. Trying to get sounds great, and wild green commons. Yes, please.
You can see Aluchana, the yellow.
The yellow. Here, maybe. Archana, yeah. Is Archana in the room? And would you like to say a little bit about your post-it? Seems present. Yeah. Otherwise, if that doesn't work, I know there was a question about posted about the urban greens, and I have a guess who would that be, because in the introduction channels, I know Dalton said he's interested in urban green spaces in the Philippines, I believe. Dalton, are you online? Do you want to say something? Dalton doesn't have a microphone. Looks like it. Then, okay. Well, I mean, it's okay anyways. We have a good collection here. Joycelyn Davis, are you online?
Alyne, can you hear me?
Yay. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's excellent.
Perhaps not.
Very clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm not set up today for video.
Yeah, that's of
if
course
you can
fine.
hear me with microphone, then that's good. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow you can listen to my paper, which is about community and struggle to get community recognition of community rights to manage a biodiverse area, which is very much self-motivated by and pushed by the community in Vietnam. And yeah, we were challenged when we submitted the abstract, my co-presenters, co-authors and I, to say, well, what's the post-development, you know, how is this related to post-development? And so we discussed that amongst ourselves. And, you know, there are really a lot of questions as to why a very poor community in a country that development has brought such a change of life to very poor people, why that we were surprised when we worked with those people to find how little their values are directed towards classic modes of development. So yeah, that's one thing that is of interest to me, and then I can contribute, and you can listen tomorrow in the governance session. And in Australia, I've worked a lot in Indigenous land management from when the movement to look after country started to become prominent in a contemporary sense and wrestle with the state, let's say 30 years ago. And so, yeah, that's a very interesting dialectic between what Indigenous people want for themselves and for country and the opportunities and pathways that are left after the engagement with the state on that.
Ah, thank you. Yes. Sometimes it was a bit difficult to follow, kind of a half muted sound, but I hope it got across. And
tomorrow I'll have a better microphone.
okay,
and camera.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you for being available now already and joining. So we are coming to a close with this networking session, and as I said earlier, this is just the first part of the two, and then later tonight there's a second round where we are planning small breakout groups, and you can talk with each other a bit more directly. And the idea was that we could pick up the purple post-its that you hopefully posted and thought about. So in 10 years, the world will be ... will be kind of our conversation topic, the icebreaker. I think everybody has an idea and something to say about it. And it's a bit controversial maybe, but it should be a nice topic to get to know each other a little bit better and what we work on and what we envision for the future for ourselves and other generations. Which leaves me now to look at the program for a second. The next step will be the session on extractivism. And I'll hand it back to Christoph from here. I thank you all for taking part in this. If you want to, you can continue filling post-its. The page is online. It's up there. I will download them maybe tomorrow and can provide it as a table in the networking channel then with all the posts. So they are all publicly available to you as a commons. Good, and with this I try to where do I hand over? One second.
Hello, everyone. So while Max is trying to hand the host function back over to me, and before we get into our first main session for the workshop, I'd like to repeat a couple of reminders just to make sure that everyone knows what the format is and how we're going to proceed. So our general sessions will feature presentations of 10 minutes, more or less, followed by 10 minutes of question answers live, like after the keynote, and then followed by continued discussion in the different Slack channels. For our sessions, we have different session chairs. And while I will be dealing with the presentations and stuff in the background, I would like to now hand over to the session chair for our first session on extractivism. Ria, are you there?
Hi. Yes, I'm here. So
okay, so enjoy the first session with Ria.
Great. Hi, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, if it's good morning or good afternoon, whatever. So welcome to our first session with the theme on extractivism. So my name is Ria Limbrino. I'm from the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature, and I will be facilitating the session for today. So for the next hour, we will have exciting presentations focusing on extractivism from various lenses, looking at gender, peace, and perspective of informal communities and case studies. And most of these case studies come mainly from various places, especially in Asia. And as Christoph has mentioned earlier, we will have short presentations followed by question and answer portion. So let me direct you, maybe to encourage you as you listen to the presentations, to start thinking of your questions or comments and putting it in the Slack channel. This Slack channel, specifically for this session, is called #3 session 1 on extractivism. Okay, so please put your questions in there, and later on we're gonna be reading from them, and we're gonna be asking you to ask those questions as well. Okay, so without further ado, allow me to maybe introduce the first presentation. I will be asking Christoph to put up the slides for this, or the recording. But basically, this is a presentation from Martina Padmanabhan, Siti, Nanako, and Enid on the notion of how does feminist political ecology relate to degrowth. So go ahead. Thank you.
Welcome to our presentation at the IASC workshop here in Kyoto, or rather in cyberspace. How does feminist political ecology relate to degrowth? We would like to invite you to think with us about commons, commoning, and extractivism in Asia. We, that's me, Martina Padmanabhan, Siti Maimuna, and Enid still based at the University of Passau in Germany, as well as Nanako Kumara, actually based in Wageningen, but right now in Japan. Next, please. WeGo, who are we? WeGo is a EU-funded innovative training network enabling the next generation of scholars, actually 15 PhDs, to further develop a feminist political ecology. And we want to base our presentation today on the first 3 PhDs who focus on well-being, ecology, gender, and community as spelled out in WeGo. So Siti Maimuna will take us to Indonesia to look at the situation of extractivism in Kalimantan. Nanako will share with us her insights into politics of care and good life in rural Japan. And It will share with us her findings and her conceptualizations of eating relations and care in Chennai, southern India. Next, please. So what is feminist political ecology? Well, it's a framework of analysis, a process of doing environmentalism, justice, and feminism differently, as Harcourt and Nelson would put it. Obviously, it builds on the existing body of work on political ecology with a strong focus on gendered power relations. We engage with feminist epistemology methods and values with a strong focus on research practices that actually empowers social and ecological transformations. And very dear to our heart is reflexivity and positionality, to really understand what we as scholar activists, when working with communities, engage in collaborative work, do when we engage. So paying attention to who speaks for whom, why and where is very dear to us. And I'm very happy to hand over to Mai to share her insights into extractivism with an FPE lens in Kalimantan.
Thank you, Martina. Hi, everyone. My name is Siti Maimuna. I'm Indonesian. I'm activist and now based at University of Passau. My research is about mining, ethnicity, and gender in central Kalimantan, Indonesia. I draw the extractive context from the indigenous people experiences under extractive regime in Indonesia. Indonesia economic rely on extractive since 1967, when the right and land ownership not recognized clearly in the constitution, indigenous people right, I mean. So the state doing what Nancy Pelosi called territorialization and granting several concessions to extractive projects on indigenous people land, the situation that expressed by Gellert as extractive regime that I write in the presentation. Next, please. Feminist political ecology offers the different way to understand how the Dayak Murung people who lives along Laung River in Murung Raya district, who I identified as riverine ethnic identity, because all the life aspect include gender division of labor of the Murung is shaped by the relation between human and non-human nature, which is the river and forest as the commons. Next, please. Those relations change and the people become interconnected and depend on extractive economy along with the costs of environmental destruction and human rights violation, which also gendered. The indigenous people use their ethnicity as tool to contesting access over resources and challenge those economics model. The growth is challenge the development model that rely on extractive economy, and feminist political ecology offering the different way how to the growing extractives. Now I handle over to Nanako about the FP in Japan. Please, Nanako.
Thank you, Mai and Martina. I, Nanako Nakamura, based in Wageningen University, the Netherlands, examine ethics of care and good life by focusing on elderly women's local business in aging and depopulating rural Japan. Today, I'm going to share some insights touching upon transforming aspects of commoning and an attempt to use FPE lens to see emerging post-capitalist commoning. Next, please. The study site is roadside station Kunma Suisha no Sato and the overarching NPO in Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. Having an origin in gendered women's local activities in the 1970s, the business revolved around those women and their everyday practices in food space for revitalizing the local economy. Based on feminist thinking, I wanted to highlight here the process of commoning to see how dynamically commons are shaped, even though those commons have been differently performed. For instance, foods that the elderly women are teaching how to cook include traditional foods. So their commons are traditional food knowledge being relayed from grannies of those grannies to the next generation. Also, there are emerged commons that they newly acquired through undertaking the project, some of which are not traditional, such as using game meats and new agricultural crops. The next, please. Gibson Graham's community economy is a concept used in this research to illustrate emerging economic relations and arrangement to survive well together with beyond capital-centric framing, with a focus on the process. FPE and community economies enable us to see transgenerational and transformative commons that have been emerged, seized, and continued in various ways. It also shows emerging human and non-human interdependencies that are not just women's revitalization attempts anymore. Rather, they are more than human communities in sort of specific degrowth context in which various actors caring to grapple with emerging challenges. Now I'm going to hand the presentation over to Enid.
Thank you, Nanako, Mai, and Martina. I'm going to share with you briefly about my project titled Eating Relations, Eating Ethics, Exploring a Politics of Care in Alternative Food Movements in and around Chennai, India. And I'm essentially interested in ethics, the ethics of living in more than human relation. And I focus in on the socio-ecological relations between traders, farmers, and the landscape in Tamil Nadu, South India. So my research is developed around thinking through and with a feminist ethic of care. And in relation to FPE, I situate care as a social and political concern, not limited to interpersonal or only human relations. So FPE addresses the silenced moralities through its careful attention to how gender and ecologies are co-constituted, both symbolically and materially. And this challenges eco-feminist ideas about women as being closer or inherently closer to nature. And care in this sense is linked to ideas of care as maintenance in commoning ideas and practice. To think with care about socio-ecological relations, I'm working to develop two collaborations in Chennai. One counter-cartography project mapping socio-ecological and trading relations, and to understand collectivity in farming, developing research collaborations with women's farming collectives. And so how does FPE relate to degrowth? So care is obviously an important aspect and is important within degrowth debates, but of as much importance is decoloniality. Indeed, Corina Dengler and Lisa Marie Siebacher argued that a just degrowth must be a feminist decolonial degrowth. This involves, for me, careful research grounded in an understanding of everyday intersectional dynamics. It assists in thinking through complexity and often the contradictions in degrowth ideals. And it thinks critically about the reproduction of uneven geopolitical dynamics. In particular, decoloniality enables me to think and act critically about the role of academia. My own positionality as a middle-class white woman from Scotland, studying in Germany and researching in India, makes me acutely aware of the colonial continuities in my research. A combination of FPE, degrowth, and decolonial scholarship and praxis offers not solutions, but pathways to challenge the hierarchies and dichotomies that exist within my research and the academe more broadly. And I'll now hand back over to Martina.
Thank you. So we wanted to show you how an FPE approach, engaging with degrowth, is able to investigate extractivism differently, to engage with activist and everyday practices, as well as reflects on our positionality in the research project. We would like to engage with you on our findings on Slack, but also very much we would like to welcome you next year to the Degrowth Conference hosted by WIGO in Den Haag in August, and we would very much like to welcome you there in person and hope to further engage in the conversation. Thank you very much. And of course, you can also continue engaging with readings as we are referring to some literature. Here we are, but hope to see you very soon in Den Haag. Thank you.
Right.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So we're gonna pause a bit with that presentation and move on into a kind of open forum. So for today, I believe Martina is not here, but her colleagues, Enid Still and Nanako Nakamura-san, are you live? Are you here today? May I ask you to just at least if you can show your face or unmute yourselves? We're going to open now the time for question and answer. And Siti is here, right? Right. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I'm looking at this Slack channel and there doesn't seem to be any particular questions at this time. So, but you know, we're all live here, and if there's anyone who wishes to make a direct question or a comment, you are free to sort of raise your hand. That's also possible, but you can also continue writing on the Slack channel. The channel should be on session 1 on extractivism. Okay, so meanwhile, while we wait for some of the questions to come in, maybe I'd like to request any of you, Siti, Enid, or Nanako, you know, you were given a lot of time to really talk a bit and go into deep into detail in your case studies, but if you want to explore a bit more specifically in terms of how the notion of the feminist polynomy really is able to enable sort of having this degrowth perspective. So I want to invite any of you to do it. If you have some additional comments.
Sorry, could you repeat just what, because it broke up a little bit there when you were saying it was how FPE fits with degrowth, or?
Right. I mean, because you discuss about the like degrowth having a kind of, it should be should have a feminist sort of perspective, right? So if you can just expound on that a bit more.
Yeah, does Maya or Nanako, or should I go? I want to just jump in.
Yes, please. And then I can continue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think obviously degrowth is thinking a lot about different economies, diverse economies, but also the politics of care. And I think that's where feminism has really contributed to degrowth debates and has challenged degrowth quite considerably on including the politics of care. And I think one of the ways that feminist political ecology then adds to that is bringing in how gendered relations work with ecologies and are co-constituting each other. And I think that's really important when we're thinking about the kind of ways in which people are doing things differently or challenging discourses around economies and practices around economies, and doing exploring different pathways towards not just degrowth, but alternatives to development, alternatives to these dominant narratives. And yeah, and I think maybe Maya can add more about that, but feminist political ecology tries to specifically maybe challenge some of the ecofeminist ideas around that women are inherently closer to nature. I think I think I'm repeating what I said in the presentation, but and really tries to bring that into how gendered norms, but gendered practices are both symbolically and materially created, rather than saying that there's some kind of inherent connection there. And yeah, thinking about those challenges when we're talking about changing economic relations or evolving economic relations. I'm not sure, that's maybe not a very concise explanation, but maybe mine is better.
Yeah, Siti.
So, you know, development is like centering human. And feminist political ecology offer the different way to the centering of that's paradigm. For example, it's offering also how we can looking in my case, for example, the referent ethnic identity, how is actually the historical people with nature aspect like river. So it's offering the way how we looking the relation more than human relation we need to bring when we looking how extractives is actually with in the area. It's need to express when we're explaining about the situation around extractives area. So then by that, we not just can express how the cost of environmental, but also different relation, like in the context of intersectionality. I think this is important contribution of the feminist context is how then through feminist political ecology, we also can see the relation of extractive with religion, with age in the context of worker, for example, because most of the work in extractive, in my case, is coal mining in Indonesia. Most of the work is provided for men and young men, and then educated men, kind of that. So you can see here then how the growth can offering by connecting with the feminist political ecology, can offering the different way or aspect when we criticizing extractive, but also offering a different way. Right. We still try to, because it's like existing research and kind of that, what kind of aspect that we need to offering in the context of challenging the development paradigm. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that Sachiko Ishihara has raised her hand, so I'm going to ask you to ask your question live, and then I'll read up a question that Andrew Paul also raised a question. Go ahead, please, Sachiko-san.
Thank you. I have a specific question for Nanako-san, if that's okay. And maybe if others also can jump in. So I'm really interested in how you applied the Gimson-Graham's community economies framework to your case. Can you say a little bit more about how you saw, because I'm also seeing in the rural context in Japan that this formal economy is a very small part of what's happening. And so I want to hear a little bit more of what you saw in your context and how you applied that.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Let me rephrase. Maybe is it right to rephrase in a way like how I combine the concept of community economies with feminist political ecology?
Or specifically what you saw in your case empirically in the field that you applied the community economies framework, like what was the different elements of the under the iceberg, in the ocean, under the iceberg?
Okay, yeah, so first of all, community economies is a post-capitalist concept, so embracing capitalist economic activities as well as non-capitalistic economic activities, which are caring without any payment, especially women's caring work, elderly caring and child care as well, and also care for environmental aspects. So that's specifically my focus of my research project, and these activities are not well underscored from previous studies, so that with this theoretical framework, as a theoretical framework, community economies are integrated to feminist political ecology as an overarching like framework or maybe lens. And yeah, well, what I found is I'm just at the beginning of my field work, so it's not, there are not that much lot for me to say about the field, but yeah, there are so many interesting things going on, and caring is one of the most important aspects of their everyday life to sustain and to maintain their livelihood and also well-being. So that's yeah, important to be integrated to consider when you are talking about rural society, especially in aging and depopulating communities.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So let me call on Andrew now to ask his question, and then after his question, then we'll move on to another presentation. But we hope that we can have more of these discussions later. Andrew, please.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, thank you for all of those presentations. It was a good whirlwind going through, and but yeah, just interested a little bit more in kind of the intersection between feminist political ecology and this practice and theory of decoloniality, and how these approaches reinforce each other, inform each other. So how, like, basically, I guess kind of what I'm thinking is, what does feminist political ecology bring to the whole move to decolonize, decoloniality conversation, and then kind of conversely as well bring to feminist political ecology. So yeah, thank you.
So can any one of them, are you specifically directing it to someone, or can any of the?
Yeah, it's just anyone. I guess it was Enid who brought specifically the conversation around decolonization or decoloniality, but yeah, no, anyone for sure. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone, either Enid or Nanako or?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead.
I can go. But if any of you guys want to just jump in, it's a bit complicated to do. Yeah, I mean, there's many ways, I guess, and I think one thing to point out is that in FPE, even the concept or the understanding of FPE is hugely contested. And I think that brings a lot of diversity and a lot of different ways of thinking and understanding it to the table, and that's a good thing. But I'm sure there will be lots of people who would disagree with the way I'm constructing it now, or the way I'm presenting it now, or that there would be a lot more focus on particular things. And it's important to remember, but I also think that the plurality of feminist political ecology as a kind of, as a process, a way of thinking and a way of doing research differently is very important to everybody. And that's in some ways the way in which it contributes to decoloniality, for the kind of underpinning of a plural ways of seeing and of being, as being something that's not just something we're looking at in our research, but also something that feminist political ecology tries to understand better. And again, one particular thing is trying to understand difference and looking at difference intersectionally. And so looking at the intersectional realities of social relations. Again, that in my mind, that contributes to a lot of long-standing debates in feminism, coming from Black feminists and women of color who have been contesting kind of more dominant ways of thinking about feminism. And so that commitment to intersectionality is one big part in my mind, and also making that space for difference in the academia, but also in ways of thinking about social realities. And that, again, I think we touched upon it, that this kind of, there's a real focus on bringing activists and academia together and thinking about the difference, the ways we can challenge those knowledge production hierarchies, dichotomies, and not just in research, but outside of research and advocacy, and also, yeah, in broader communities in different ways. But yeah, as I'm very conscious that I'm reducing it very a lot in the complexity of it. So if the others want to add to that, it'd be great.
Tough to put them all into a short.
I know, yeah, yeah, difficult.
Anyway, we still have Slack. I mean, again, the whole point of this this workshop, this conference is about having these conversations continue even after this time. So maybe just maybe a quick round of virtual applause for Enid, Nanako, Siti, and Martina, and then we'll move on to the next presentation. Okay, again, I'll be asking Christoph now to.
Hello everyone, my name is Sojourn Bright and I work with the Korean Environmental and Social Action Network, KISEN for short. KISEN is a Korean civil society organization and a key partner in the Salween Peace Park initiative.
Yes, and hello there, my name is Andrew. And I've also been working with KISEN since 2014 as both a volunteer and as a researcher. And for my master's research, I explored Korean indigenous ontology, politics, and community-based governance in the Salween Peace Park, which we'll be talking about today. Unfortunately, our friend Sheila Tu, who is also on the program and who is completing her PhD on the Salween Peace Park, was unable to join us today, so it's just the two of us. But in our presentation today, we look at the competing visions of development in Burma, or also known as Myanmar. We look to the Salween Peace Park as an example of an indigenous conservation area, or ICCA, which provides an alternative vision to the violent and unsustainable development models based on resource extraction and economic growth that are the status quo in Burma and Southeast Asia, we'll say the world. And so ICCAs are innovations in biocultural conservation and governance of the commons, and they're rooted in the culture and values and livelihoods of local and indigenous peoples. So I'll just turn it over to John to talk a little bit about the background of development in Burma.
If we look at the current democratic transition in Burma, it does not translate into political, economic, and cultural rights for indigenous communities. The military still control important decisions regarding projects such as hydropower dams and special economic zones. Local people's voices are not included in the decision-making process, but they are the ones who suffer all the negative consequences. According to the Constitution, 2008 Constitution, the state is the ultimate owner of all land and natural resources in Burma. Under the vacant, fallow, and virgin land law, the villagers' lands that are not registered with the government may be leased out for commercial uses. So land problems are even more challenging in indigenous communities, where traditional and customary land rights have never been recognized by the government. So natural resource exploitation and infrastructure development are key drivers of conflict in ethnic areas. For example, a renewed fighting in September 2016 to push for the Haiji Dam on the Salween River in Karen State resulted in displacement of over 5,000 people. Therefore, in Burma, development is used as a way to expand the government's military and administrative control in ethnic areas. So Burma scholar Kevin Wood has called it ceasefire capitalism. This is the context for Salween Peace Park. So since the 1950s, the Korean National Union has fought the Burmese military for greater autonomy and to protect Korean lands. Even during this current ceasefire, Karen state remains heavily occupied by Burmese military camps. So rather than accepting peace and development on Burmese government term, the Peace Park articulates a Korean vision based on three core goals, which is 1, peace and self-determination, 2, environmental integrity and protection of the land and forest and water, 3, preservation of Korean culture, identity, and traditions. Salween Peace Park is part of a global movement for territories and areas conserved by indigenous peoples and local communities, known as ICCAs, or territories of life. ICCAs are based on the social relationship between indigenous people and their lands, rejecting the commodification of indigenous territories by capitalist development. So now I'd like to invite my colleague, Andrew, to explore this into more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So the Salmon Peace Park covers 5,485 square kilometers, and it's home to about 70,000 people in more than 300 villages. So it's, for an ICCA, it's actually a very massive project. But although the Peace Park per se is a new idea, the foundations have been laid over many years of pre-existing community conservation work. Unlike the Burmese government policy, the Karen National Union's land and forest policies recognize and protect Karen villagers' communal lands, including the indigenous Karen land institution known as KO. So the KNU registers villagers' agricultural lands, community forests, wildlife sanctuaries, and customary KO territories under these policies, although none of this is considered legitimate by the Burmese government. So nevertheless, the Salmon Peace Park now reinforces and consolidates these community efforts into a unified initiative to build peace, protect the land, and promote Karen culture and way of life. And as part of that process, during numerous public consultations, the Karen communities in the park, civil society, and the Karen National Union, they developed the Salmon Peace Park Charter, which is basically the policy, the guiding policy for the park, and which empowers GAW and other local communities to revitalize, develop, and implement their own land and natural resource policies. So the Charter presents a holistic vision for community well-being that prohibits the accumulation of money or power in a way that negatively impacts the collective and public interest of Salmon Peace Park, including the environment and people's right to self-determination. The Charter also includes provisions for demilitarization, returning IDPs and refugees, community development, food security, and so on. So as part of this whole process, the people have also been developing the governance system for the Salmon Peace Park. And this slide gives a bit of an overview of how that works. And it's very much a shared governance or a co-management model, with governance shared between the KNU, de facto government, villagers, and civil society. And note that of the 11 people on the Salmon Peace Park Governing Committee, only 4 are KNU, while 5 are villagers and 2 are from Korean civil society. And gender equity is also built into this whole process. So if we look at the Salmon Peace Park, it is really an innovation in grassroots democracy and decision-making by and for Indigenous peoples on a grand scale. And as my colleague John pointed out earlier, conflict, dispossession, and extractive development are tightly linked in Burma. But then the Salmon Peace Park, on the other hand, promotes a very different vision for peace, for biocultural conservation, and for sustainable community development. And so rather than waiting on the Burmese government's top-down peace process, which is now reaching stalemate, it's stalling, the people of Salmon Peace Park are not waiting for that. They're busy building their own vision for the future. And so the Salmon Peace Park is also building support and legitimacy in Burma and internationally among conservation and indigenous rights organizations. The Peace Park is a member of the ICCA Consortium, which is a global network of ICCAs. And it was also, just earlier this year, awarded the prestigious Equator Prize by the United Nations Development Program. And so by building this network of wider support, the Salmon Peace Park aims to make it increasingly difficult for the Burmese government to crush the initiative. So that's the part of the strategy, building strength from within with the governance system, and then also drawing on all of these linkages and relationships, these networks, to strengthen the initiative. And so, just as we conclude, there's a few takeaways that I hope will spark some of the discussion in the discussion period. But some things we can take away that, ICCAs such as the Salmon Peace Park, they are, number one, they're models of biocultural conservation rooted in the relationship between indigenous peoples and their lands. Number two, they are alternative economic models to foster both ecosystem and community well-being. Number three, they are situated spaces for practicing these alternative models. And number 4, they are innovations for defending and governing the commons based on Indigenous peoples' values, worldviews, and ways of life.
Thank you. So in closing, we'd like to dedicate this presentation to the memory of our 2 colleagues who tragically lost their life to ongoing Burmese military violence in the Southern Peace Park. So Mu in 2018 and Sotemi earlier this year. These men were both community forest leaders and staunch advocates of the Southern Peace Park. They were also husbands and fathers, and they will not be forgotten. Their vision for peace, ecological protection, and current culture and way of life live on in the Southern Peace Park. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And thank you for listening and watching. And we look forward to the discussion coming ahead and to stay updated on the Southern Peace Park, because this is very much an evolving initiative. We really much invite you to check out the Korean Environmental and Social Action Network website and Facebook page and YouTube. And so, yeah, thank you once again for listening, and we look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everyone.
Great. So from the feminist perspective, we now have the notion of peace. And we heard from the case study in Burma. And Andrew is here, who was one of the presenters. I'm not sure if John is here as well, or he mentioned earlier that he had some internet issues. Anyway, again, Mary Ann Manahan, would you like to share your question, please?
Yeah, hi, thanks Rhea, and thanks Andrew and Sam for the presentation. My question is actually how the people behind the Southern Peace Park struggling to defend and uphold the self-governance and commoning initiative against the Myanmar government's repressive land laws. For example, particularly the vacant fallow virgin land management law, which again attempts to centralize all lands under the Tamatdaw and the very neoliberal government of Aung San Suu Kyi.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you. That's a very good question. I guess where the Southern Peace Park is being developed and built right now is in an area that the central government so far does not really have any reach. And so, as we mentioned in the presentation, the policies that apply, that the Southern Peace Park is being developed under, are actually not the policies of the central government. They are rather the policies of the Karen National Union, which is an autonomous resistance organization that has been in open conflict with the government since 1949 and is now in a ceasefire situation, which is fairly unstable. So fighting does break out, but in terms of the actual laws and policies that apply right now, it's still the Korean National Union, but they're basically busy, building their own governance structure, their own policies, their own laws, as and based very much on international best practices, best principles, the various documents such as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and other documents related to the rights of local people, as in a sense taking that moral high ground in the ongoing struggle, which is waged on the political table as well as still, unfortunately, still on the battlefield as well. So yeah, that answers your question.
Can
Yeah, go ahead, Siti.
Yeah, thank you for the inspiration presentation. I was interested to how connecting women in the kind of local struggle and governance things. So I see the slide of solving peace park governance, and some of the women also part of them. Could you please explore more about how the women's situation and how active they are, and how usually it's difficult to kind of bring women in the you know, in the context of politics, kind of that. Comparing my Indonesian situation, could you speak more how the community encourage women, or maybe women just you know, active on it? And I don't know how long is solving peace park governance established, and how the role of the women's in the governance system. Thank you.
No, thank you. Those are very good questions. Thank you. So the first one on the women in the governance structure. So like many societies, there is, you know, in the existing political structures, it has always been a bit of a challenge to fully include women. Like the Korean National Union itself, for example, is still predominantly men, although it wasn't that long ago. It was about maybe 10 years ago that the vice chair, you know, the vice chairperson, so the second person in the whole organization was a woman. But there's very strong Korean civil society organizations. One of the strongest being the Korean Women's Organization, and so they work very hard to keep promoting women's position and women's rights and women's place in the society. But more specifically relating to the Solving Peace Park governance model itself, it's mandated throughout in many parts of the model. So for example, from the village tract, so village tract being a cluster of villages, there's to be 2 representatives that are joining the Congress, the Assembly, and one of them has to be a woman, one has to be a man. So there's basically mandated gender parity. So the villagers vote, they elect their representatives, one man and one woman, that join the Assembly, and then it's kind of at each step of the way, there's a certain mandated, you know, a certain mandated number that have to be women and that can be men. So it's kind of built into that process. In terms of the development of the governance structure and how long it's been going, it was officially declared in 2018, and then so it was kind of throughout 2019 that the governance structure, that these different people were elected. And in the Slack, I can post a couple of links to some videos that kind of explain the process and how that went in the villages, the election process. There's a couple of really good videos that Kisen has put out on that. Something I don't think we mentioned in our presentation, but this year, out of around the world, all these different projects, they're nominated for the United Nations Development Program's Equator Initiative, and the Solving Peace Park was actually one of the 10 projects that received the prize this year. So it was a pretty big award for them as well. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay. Yeah. So to segue a bit, which is similar, a bit the same topic. Christoph has a question on the types of support that you need in terms of solidarity or something. Christoph, would you want to expound a bit on that before?
Yes, so Ashish mentioned earlier in his keynote that one thing he thinks is important is to show solidarity. And I was wondering, you may have just touched upon this with the prize, for example, but I was wondering, like, what forms of solidarity are most useful in the struggle on the ground, do you think?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question as well. And the Salween Peace Park is very much involved in these networks. So the ICCA consortium, for example, we are members of that, and so we network both regionally in Asia and then internationally as well through the consortium, and through the United Nations. Let's say the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, been part of that as well. But so the Salween Peace Park, they're very careful about the kinds of alliances that we build, because really the last thing we need is some big NGO that kind of wants to make this part of their project or their agenda, right? And so one of the main funders, main supporters that we've had so far is the Rainforest Foundation of Norway. And they've basically, been funding and supporting the projects, but there's not really any control or agenda coming from them. And so that's very much the kinds of support that we're looking for is, it's just support for what the people are already doing on the ground. And so there's no foreign entity that really has any project on the ground in the Peace Park. There's just various programs that support the work that's being done by the Korean National Union, by local villagers, by various civil society organizations who are very organized. Even though they're often operating with pretty low resources, they're very organized and they know what they're doing, they know what their vision is. And so we're looking for various supporters, both and finding the support, building that solidarity is happening in the country as well. So although there's no formal engagement with the national government, because they're still sending their soldiers into this area, they're still fighting. Actually, just a couple of days ago, I'm not sure, this might have been not quite within the boundaries of the Peace Park, but in the very general area, a woman was just shot and killed by Burmese soldiers just a few days ago. So it's still happening on a frequent basis. So there's no formal engagement with the central government, but there are Burmese journalists from inside Burma have been invited to some of these events. There's ethnic solidarity with other ethnic groups from Burma who attended the launch. There's a lot of Karen solidarity across the Thai-Burma border. So there's a lot of Thai Karen who are getting pretty excited about this and building those links, those solidarity as well. So it's happening on a regional level, but then also kind of on a more global level, and connections with indigenous organizations and peoples in other parts of the world as well. So.
Great.
Thank
it's
you.
fantastic to hear that there's a lot of local as well as regional and international support for this initiative. Anyway, thank you very much, Paul and John, for this presentation. Virtual applause again. We're moving on to our last presentation. So from Burma, we move to the Philippines, where I'm gonna ask Prior Placino, his presentation to be loaded up. We're gonna be
I'd like to thank everyone for attending this session and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak in this panel today. To start, I'd like to ask, have you ever wondered where the building materials of your houses came from and under what economic and ecological conditions they were produced? I asked this question because I wanted to bring your attention to the many shadow places of urban-built environments, particularly in the Global South. In the Philippines, for example, there are concrete houses that have been and still are built using sand and gravel from informal quarries. In these quarries, there are self-employed miners who manually dig, crush, and sieve stones for the building industry. They earn very low income and combine many different activities to survive. As many of you may be familiar with, informal mining is a labor practice that is notorious for its exploitative and unsafe working conditions. Many existing studies problematize these issues in relation to the extraction of precious minerals and fossil fuels such as diamond, gold, and coal. However, they have paid less attention to the extraction of mundane materials like aggregate and their connections with concrete. Also, recent studies have already made us aware of the questionable environmental performance and premature aging of concrete in the context of the Anthropocene, but not so much on their wider social and ecological links with mining. So, in this talk, I'd like to give you a glimpse of my analysis of the livelihood making of informal aggregate miners in the Philippines and question its possibilities for commoning in a post-development context. My research site is in Rodriguez, Rizal, which is located about 31 kilometers northeast of the city of Manila. There are two kinds of mining activities present in the quarry village. One is a privately run mechanized quarry operation, and another is a manual quarrying labor practice. I interviewed the manual miners, and according to them, the mechanized quarry is operated by a private company that was allegedly contracted by the provincial government to do slope stabilization on the site. But what's controversial is that this supposed project appears to have become a front for the private contractor to engage in an informal yet mechanized form of quarrying. In the photo, you can see that no properly engineered ripraps have been put in place by the contractor, and the local residents condemn that the intensive mechanized mining has aggravated the occurrence of landslide and flash flood in the mountain. For the most part, though, miners from both sides are allegedly accessing either state-owned land or private property illegally, which they considered as their claim puesto. Puesto literally means place and could be similar to one's backyard. In this photo, you can see the informal delineation observed by the miners to identify their own puesto. They use their houses as the reference point, and available space that gets extended from their residence up to the base of the mountain corresponds to their puesto. The mechanized quarry operation occupies a larger part as compared to the individually claimed puestos of the informal miners. Now, I would like to shed light on how informal miners obtain benefits from manual mining and distribute them across a broader community through various types of exchanges. Please take a look at this table. I have mapped the informal miners' diverse economic transactions which involve equal or unequal exchanges. For example, in a market transaction, informal miners are consumers of goods and services whose prices are influenced by supply and demand. In an informal market, miners are producers of construction inputs that are sold to buyers under the radar of authorities. Informal miners also do gift giving with their neighbors and kin, which follows cultural norms of reciprocity. There have been cases of theft in the village, which informal miners condemn because they disrupt peace and order. My aim for mapping these transactions is not to undermine or romanticize the hardships of these workers, but to show the many assets and capacities they have. What I'd like to do now, however, is to show you how I have excavated the culturally inflected economic practices through which miners ethically negotiate their interdependence with each other. I used the commons identikit of Gibson, Graham, and colleagues to unpack the miners' diverse survival portfolios and see the nuances in their livelihood making that contribute to commoning practices. According to these economic geographers, a commons is characterized by the following. Access to property must be shared and wide. Use of property must be negotiated by a community. Benefit from property must be distributed to the community and possibly beyond. Care for property must be performed by community members, and responsibility for property must be assumed by community members. So here are a few illustrations from my own fieldwork. Informal mining is embedded in social relations, and this is visible in a puesto sharing system. Neighbors who do not have their own puesto, or locally called nakikipuesto, can negotiate with puesto owners for a temporary work arrangement. Upon agreement, the nakikipuesto can start producing gravel for a few hours in a day using the stockpile and tools of the puesto owner. they can get paid by the owner depending on the volume they produce. The nakikipwesto usually get paid after the pwesto owner has sold their piles, and when the nakikipwesto need money before the stones get sold, they may ask the pwesto owner for bale or advance payment for their finished work. For example, pwesto owner Risa shows her compassion for an elderly nakikipwesto Lola Remy by agreeing for her to crush stones. At her age of 77, Lola Remy finds it difficult to get a job in the village and can easily negotiate with Risa for a temporary work arrangement. So she prefers to keep her dignity by working and not asking for any dole out from her neighbors. According to her, she will still work hard to earn a living and not just receive something out of pity. Where I want to bring attention to is on its non-capitalist nuances. In this pwesto sharing arrangement, an ethic of pagdamay or giving sympathy and practical aid is at play. Another example is that informal mining is a labor practice which considers its effects on the mountain. To survive in the quarry, miners have to balance the economic, social, and ecological effects of their livelihood making. There is an aquifer that you can see in the middle portion, elevated portion of the quarried mountain, which both mining and non-mining households get their water from. Informal miners have developed their own water distribution system and share it with their neighbors whose houses do not have direct connection to the aquifer. Some neighbors can get water for free while others pay a minimal fee. Caring for the aquifer is important for informal mining families, and they must be responsible to not disturb this water source. They have an unwritten rule of avoiding mining directly around the aquifer, and they only go near the aquifer when they have to reconnect detached hoses. So you might ask, what are the implications for exploring these ethically and culturally inflected economic practices for future possibilities in a post-development context? I consider the informal miner's ability to do commoning as a building block for any future participatory action research with them. The challenge is how these commoning practices can be strengthened and enlarged to create something new and better for the survival of both humans and non-human others. In a chapter I contributed to the Handbook of Diverse Economies, I suggested that it is at the confluence of the miners' diverse economic practices and capacity to act collectively where we and them can envision different pathways for livelihood making. I'd like to end this talk by speculating how might we start to think about the future of livelihoods and of building in a post-development context where mineral extractivism and concrete play a very minor or no role at all? What could be the effects, let's say, of imagining informal aggregate miners not only as workers in the extractive industry, but as environmental repairers or perhaps co-makers of building materials? I guess we can all agree that these speculations are still far from informal miners' capacities, but could be part of a future livelihood diversification scenario. This future endeavor, I hope, can also make room for building material diversity. I can illustrate my thought experiment further during the discussion portion. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that excellent presentation. I think Pryor is here as well.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Yeah, to entertain questions. Again, are there questions on Slack? And or you can ask them here directly. You can just raise your hands, but maybe give you this opportunity just for a few minutes prior to expound a bit more on the thought experiments that you had indicated a bit.
In the thought experiment, you can see that I posed a question of whether we, if we could sort of like splinter the subjectivity of the informal mining subject. I mean, not just limited in that context of being workers in the extractive industry, but also kind of looking at
the ways in which they are already, you know, creating something new or different from that very extractive economic activity. And from my own field work, I saw that there are members of informal mining families that are already involved in urban gardening. At the same time, informal miners are also users of the products that they produce, like the sand and gravel that they incorporate in their own self-built housing. So I was thinking of whether, you know, what could be, where can we bring those commoning practices and how certain kinds of experimentations around building new building materials can be incorporated in developing something new with these communities as sort of like as a pathway for rethinking what would, you know, make their livelihoods more resilient and sustainable, and not really depending on a livelihood security that is based on mineral extractivism. So I did sort of like a travel learning field activity with my participants for them to sort of like become more inspired about existing experimentation. So I initially thought of bringing them to materials recovery facility, a place where they can, you know, get to learn about the use of discarded materials in, you know, creating something new, but that didn't work out because of limitations in time and funding. But there was this urban gardening activity that was seminar that was sponsored by the Department of Agriculture here in the Philippines. So I brought them there and kind of learn more about techniques and processes of urban gardening, which they are already somehow aware of, but they also learn something new and become more exposed to other experimentations around that. It's more like just you know, to make them inspired. I feel like that idea of you know, scaling out this different ethical practices also need to inspire before they can actually be turned into something that is actionable. I feel like I'm in that kind of boundary between action and you know, learning from other examples.
Okay, just checking very quickly if there are other questions from the floor, from Slack. Okay, Victoria, I'm gonna invite Victoria Guillaume, please.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. I just want to know, the day laborers who come in, are they from inside the community, and how long did it take people to work out this kind of arrangement?
It's the workers are from the community. So if you saw the sketch map which I made, they live right across the quarry. So they're not just informal miners, they're also informal settlers. So the ones who have the puesto are the entrenched informal settlers in the area, and they made their own self-built housing there. So there's a lot of intersectionality of marginality in this context, but I didn't really focus much on being so critical about the other aspects of it, because I'm sort of like the aim is to really sort of like experiment or speculate on what other pathways can be done together with this community. So this practice has been done since the early 80s, and there's complexity to how the community has been able to negotiate to continue doing that amidst, you know, pressures from the mechanized quarry, collusion with the local government officials and the like. So I'm bringing this sort of like other pathway and not sidelining the existing struggles that they are still being part of. They're still partnering with with progressive groups who are helping them to negotiate their rights to the land and their trade. So I think what I'm bringing here is to sort of like also expand the kinds of networks that academics can also bring with to and become partners with these kinds of communities. I hope that answered my question. Your question.
Okay. Right. I have two sort of interrelated questions from Andrew and Max. Please, Andrew.
Okay, can you hear me? All good? No, thank you once again for a great presentation. And just what you were just mentioning now, you kind of partially answered my question already, but I'm just, I'm kind of interested in some of the challenges, some of the threats in a sense to the miners' ability to self-organize, to manage their commons. Particularly, I guess, like, are there efforts by the government to control in some way or enclose these commons? So from either the government or from like the private corporate sectors. So.
Yep. Okay. Wait, sorry. Prior, before you answer that, can I ask Max to read out these questions because they're both a bit related?
Yep.
Sure. So I'm asking how much this current dynamic of is it a current dynamic, the informal mining, and is it connected to the overall shift by the national administration to extract resources all over the country with its own with its own kind of position there, but yeah, backed by foreign loans very often. So is there a connection between this national international policy that the Philippines is turning into a pit in a way, and that just trickles down? Would that change if the national or international policy is changing? Would there be another dynamic on the local level and people not become informal miners to take some, just to become a part of this overall dynamic? Thank you.
Yep. To answer Andrew's question, threats, the initial threat really come from the mechanized quarry operator, and the mechanized quarry operator has political connections with the local government officials, as alleged by the informal miners themselves. But what is interesting is that even if the informal miners themselves are considered as illegal by the government, they're also using government bureaucracies through their networks to kind of contest the stakes of the mechanized quarry operators. So they're using all their other sort of like diverse livelihood portfolios, including this access to networks, to kind of really continue their struggle over the land and their livelihoods. So it's not that they're just being bulldozed. They have their own creative ways of playing around, of dealing with the inequalities in the system. But that doesn't mean that they don't need other forms of solidarity in the process. And to answer Max's question, I think in general it's this whole extractivism of inputs to concrete and construction is very much associated with, in general, to the build program of the incumbent government, where a lot of government and loans, government monies and loans are really directed towards construction, and in a way, the informal miners are getting a piece from that, because they think that with many demands that for these materials, they contractors of projects would also go to them, and alongside demands from local hardware shops building that supply contractors who are building houses for OFWs that have the money to purchase new houses. So they're in a way related, but I didn't really, these are just part of the background of my study. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have one last question from Citi about the notion of sustainability. Citi, please, and then we have to wrap up.
Yes. Well, I was struggling with the context of sustainability in the mining, but as far as I know, Philippine economics is also rely on extractives. So, how is actually the sustainability context in your case, but also just reflect how it's not become narrowing the context of extractivism in Philippines actually. So maybe it's like maybe it's need to explain more specific context. And I also wonder what historically how the economics of the people, are they just mining what you call it people in the beginning, or is it change the situation then no the situation push them become more what you call it more rely on the extractives? Thank you.
I think this is all part of, the informal miners are really the entrenched informal settlers in the area were also migrants from provinces. So these are really the ones that moved from from hinterlands in the Philippines maybe in the 80s, 70s, and become informal settlers in major cities like Metro Manila. To specifically go to your question on the sustainability, I think that's why I was sort of like bringing the discussion further in exploring other pathways for development, because I think if these workers are only seen as laborers in the extractive industry, formalization would be the immediate solution that the government would offer to these communities. But my argument is that a livelihood security based on that alone would not be sustainable. And I mean, extractivism or extracting non-renewable resources is unsustainable in itself. So it's quite questionable. So that's why, unpacking the subjectivity and the diverse livelihoods portfolio of these communities has enabled me to kind of experimentally think and see how else, what other pathways can be that these informal mining actors can actually, go to. So yeah, I hope that partly answers the question. I mean, the whole big scale mining is a different kind of context, I think, of my presentation. So yeah, we can talk about that more maybe in the chat box. Thank you.
Yeah, I can imagine. Thank you.
Right. Great. Thank you, Prior. And this sort of we have to wrap up the session, and I think it's been a great conversation. Extractivism is quite a bit of a tough topic, but I think we've had excellent presentations and excellent examples of stories that Ashish was talking earlier about, stories from the heart, the cases in Burma, cases in the Philippines, in India, Indonesia. I think these are great examples of different pathways towards sustainability. And with that, I want to thank everybody, those who presented especially, and also all of you who are in the session and asking questions. And let me then turn you over to Christoph. Thank you.
Yes, a big thank you from me as well to all the presenters and to all those who asked questions and to all those who stayed with us through this already long day without any break. So now it's actually time for a short break. Let me share our freshly designed break screen here. There we go. And okay, here we go. So we will continue with session 2, which I am sure will be just as great as session 1 from 16:30 Japan time. That's in around 15 minutes. So enjoy yourself until then, and see you. And we'll leave the Zoom link up, so you can simply stay on the Zoom call and go away for a bit, and then we'll continue with the second session from 16:30. See you then. Hello and welcome back, everyone. That was a short break, wasn't it? So before we start the second session, I'd like to quickly go over some of the points I also went over before the first session, because I think we have some new folks around. And just to remind everyone again how this works. So in principle, we have 10-minute presentations followed by 10 minutes of questions and answers. And you can already start typing up questions while in the channel. So we're now using the channel number 3, session 2, action, which I'll ping in a second. And you can type up your questions here, and then we'll go from there for the question answers. If there are no questions in the channel at the time, then we'll simply take live questions and ask the presenters maybe to talk a bit more about their work. And of course, after the session is over, you can still continue to discuss and have fun in the channels as the workshop goes on and after the workshop ends. So with that little bit of housekeeping out of the way, I would like to hand over to our session chair for the second session, Mai Kobayashi.
Thank you, Christoph. Hello, everybody. My name is Mai Kobayashi, and I'm also a researcher at the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature. And I have been asked to chair the second session on action. And I was told that the topic action was created after a lot of the papers were collected in the selection process. And so while this guides the overall presentations, we are not limited to the topic of action in our discussion. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Martina Padmaspan. Oh no, sorry, action. So it's Chris Barthelson and Xing Chang.
Making do. For the purposes of this presentation, we regard making do as making by non-specialists, the production of material things as a part of everyday living, using the stuff around us. This includes small modifications of existing things and spaces, adapting an artifact to new uses, and repair of things that have been broken or altered through use. Everything has a surface that interfaces with other things, and this is where most of the action is. There is a spectrum of connection from weak to rigid. Making do is gentle in a specific sense, where gentleness is the quality of a relationship that is not dominated by the elimination of uncertainty. The concept of gentleness helps us to move uncertainty away from the feeling of ineptitude and weakness. It replaces the intense, linear, growth-inducing properties of certitude with the slow, key, and non-linear emergence of mess, which is both the essence of design and a key aspect of an anarchy of care. Making do is thus a dynamic and knowledge-generating practice, which regards the unknown as essential to design. Embracing the uncertain can be seen as an important part of living well. In a pattern language, Christopher Alexander and his little-mentioned colleagues Ishikawa, Silverstein, Jacobson, King, and Angel present gradual stiffening as a process of construction which makes it possible to build structures which are adapted to individual needs and sites. Structures start out loose and flimsy and stiffen during construction so that each additional act makes the structure sounder. Materials used at the start are strong. As building continues, the materials chosen become gradually more flexible and giving. This allows the entire building process to be a creative act. Things can be moved around before they are set. New materials have to adapt to the framework in place, meaning that each new material must be more adaptable, flexible, more capable of coping with variation than the ones before. Through the lens of gradual stiffening, the act of making resembles that of an experienced craftsperson rather than a novice. The experienced maker keeps on going, confident that some later action can put things right if need be. They never take a step which cannot be corrected later. They can keep working confidently, steadily. Conversely, a novice works in fear. They fear causing unretractable problems down the line. This requires spending hours figuring out things in advance and working to exact drawings that will prevent mistakes. In other words, the novice has not yet learned how to do things in such a way so as to afford to make small mistakes. In this light, the modern construction industry has the character of a novice's work, not relaxed, not able to deal with earlier mistakes at a later time through making do. It is uptight, panic-stricken in its attention to detail, without the relaxed and casual wisdom of the mature, experienced maker. This results in unnecessarily and grotesquely expensive methods. Unlike Lego or Meccano, building through gradual stiffening is not based on precise joinery or exact matching holes, but something more fuzzy. Connections repeated and gradually strengthened over time. Holes, lattice, interwoven strips, sticks, twisted wire binding sticks together, fabric strips wrapping around. The stuff might be weak, but together it forms a coherent structure that supports itself and others.
The above discussion and examples highlight the fact that the day-to-day relationships of people who live with things is very different from the relationship between a designer and the designed. They leave room for ambiguity and personalization over the long term. If public spaces are maintained by city workers to a certain standard of cleanliness, where resident modifications are not tolerated and removed regularly, it would mean that no one truly owns the public spaces. Thus, they cannot be shared. Anarchist philosopher Max Stirner would say that we can never own such public space, which prohibits unsanctioned individual use. In Stirner's terms, gradual stiffening by making doing in public spaces would be a form of ownership. You can reach out your hands and take, enjoy, and consume it as your own, while not preventing others from being able to use it. If everything that you desire and have the capacity to grasp is yours, and if you prefer to have enjoyable and pleasant relations with those around you, then you may very well work out together ways for dealing with what is yours, mine, ours, so that all we need and desire is readily and freely accessible to anyone. In the current growth-oriented cities, this idea of making one's own property seems radical, unrealistic. But as soon as we remember where birds build their nests, we realize that perhaps it is our current situation that is weird, to say the least.
Through our investigations, we have come to understand gradual stiffening through making do as a method of hope for the specific way that hope relates to flexibility, ambiguity, playfulness, stories, and wasted effort, and the fact that hope's resilience comes from a slow process of replication and reorientation, which is core to the process of making do. Hope is a wasteful space that can be evaluated for its productivity in advance. Put the other way around, the growth imperative produces space for ambiguity, which thus produces a society of hopelessness. The method of hope may be a practice that opens up alternative ways to understand, intervene, and expand issues. It is an impulse that cracks open the system.
Thank you very much for that video. So in the quick change here, I'll be chairing a little bit until later. So thanks again to Chris and co-presenters for this video. Very nice. And I see, I was watching and I saw you had a lot of fun watching as well. So far, I don't see any questions people have already come up with. So I'm going to take live questions. Is there anyone who has questions for, let's see, for the presenters.
Can I can actually.
Max, I hear you.
Yeah,
mumbling.
I'll just, yeah, sorry. I'll just kick off. Do you see yourself as storytellers? Is that part of it? Are you telling a story?
Oh. What do you think? I look at Shin because she is the most respected, and she seems to have a lot. I think when I listen to Shin tell us about the examples that she's found, like most of the photos in that presentation were from Shin's travels. So I feel like she's a storyteller, and also mainly because of the fact that sometimes you can only find the constructions and you can't actually find the people that have made them. So you have to make up your own story, which is not necessarily a bad thing or a bad way of researching. It can open up new avenues, and I think that's part of the method of hope in a way. What do you think?
Yes, but I think also in us having these experiences, like going to Tokyo, trying to build a house by not spending any money, and then telling the story to other people, we're like making new stories.
Hi, thank you. Yeah. I'll keep thinking and maybe have another question later. Thank
Anyone
you.
else? I saw somebody was typing in the channel. So maybe I couldn't catch who it was. So whoever was typing, you might as well ask your question live. No, I saw it. I see it's Tamura-san.
I have a question.
Okay, Chris?
Did that make any sense? Did it make you think of anything?
Well, for me personally, it made me think of walking around, and I found many similar things that have been holding together after having been assembled by gradually adding lots of things that are not necessarily hard. And so yeah, I could relate to that a lot, actually.
Yeah, I remember walking around with you, Christoph, in Kyoto, and one afternoon, and noticing those kind of constructions. We ended up in a kind of, I think it was can't remember exactly, some kind of rundown factory that was still in use. And what we had thought the constructions were for were totally different to what they were actually used for in real life. And I like that. I think it's a great way of learning, but also imagining how things could be different.
So now I see all of a sudden lots of people typing and lots of people holding up their hand. Let's see, I think Victoria, you were first.
Yeah, hi. Love your presentation. In Taipei, people are growing like orchids and a lot of plants in the public parks all the time. And I was wondering, for your projects, what is the general reaction to them? Because here the city hates this kind of vernacular architecture. But in your experiences, how do people react to what you've made?
So are you in Taipei?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because I know that Shin has spent a lot of time there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought in Taipei people quite enjoy having plants coming out of walls and balconies.
I mean, I think the people using it enjoy it, but the city always tries to remove it.
Okay. In Tamaki Makaurau, which is formerly known as Auckland in New Zealand, we've had a lot of experience of, even when the city has asked us to do things or given us permission, on the one hand by the art or the cultural department. On the other hand, of the maintenance department has no idea of what the cultural department has asked for or given permission for. And we've had quite a number of occasions where we've built things or spent time doing things with people and then come back and it's all been like thrown in the trash or burnt by the other. So yeah, this has been very interesting.
So, thank you. Following up on that, I see Andrew has his hand up, but I think Nodia's question in the channel relates to this. So she asks, I wonder some people may feel your examples are, in quotations, junk or dangerous and want to eliminate it from town. So how do you deal with this type of conflict of aesthetics?
What do you think?
I think for me, the things that I make are in galleries usually. So I think galleries have a different kind of rule. And I think by showing these stories in these public spaces, it opens up the possibility for the general standard to be shifted slightly. So like changing people's mind or the culture in very small ways. And then maybe in the future, there will be enough people who agree on this. And then we change the norm.
Andrew?
Yes. No, thank you for that. That was an interesting, very interesting way to present. It just, this is not even so much of a question, but just it made me remember this city park, this ravine in Toronto, which is Canada's largest city, and kind of on one side of the creek, the ravine, there's a paved path, and it's all fairly formal and maintained. But you go across the creek, and there's a whole network of informal trails, and I followed those one day and ended up in this whole hideout in the woods with old couches and a barbecue grill set up and the whole works. And I thought, well, this is really interesting because people use this place, right? And I don't know if the park maintenance people knew about it or not. But kind of, I guess that kind of brings me to kind of my question. Why do you think that in so many of our cities, we dislike or we almost fear sometimes, or I guess we feel the need to make all these laws and all these rules and all these, we got to keep it within these bounds, right? And so, yeah, what is your thoughts on why we as humans or in our urban societies anyway, feel that need to control?
Or the need to control. That's your specialty, maybe.
Thank you for the question. It's quite a big one to actually answer on the kind of a broader spectrum. But if we turn it to our example specifically, I think as well, the outside reflects the inner side, in a sense of a lot of people want to maintain pristine and kind of a orderly and a low abiding kind of a spaces, reflecting how they want the inner spaces to reflect the outside as well. And we had quite some encounters with people who feel disrupt or morally outraged maybe at some of the junk aesthetics or how they perceive it. So I can understand from their point of view, spending so many years in a kind of a pristine environment, and then somebody come and try to disrupt or trying to introduce other logic or other aesthetics might be quite of a challenge for them. And it's kind of interesting that they perceive it as a challenge on this side, but as long as you change the narrative around it or put it in a gallery or give it some meaning to it or even put a sign explaining what it is, you kind of present a meaning to them and they suddenly say, oh, we get it. Okay, it's art or something else. But I think as well what disrupts them the most is kind of the search for meaning. And to relate on the previous question of are we storytellers, I feel for me it's quite a big term. I'll say maybe narrators. We provide some kind of a narrative and we try to see how it goes from there. And in our case, we might say we are not storytellers, but junk narrators, narrating for the junk and trying to express ourselves through it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm kind of conflicted because we have like 5 questions and
the charisma of Chris started the avalanche of questions.
What should we do? So one more. I think, let's say we have the questions that are on the channel that I would like to ask you to engage with on Slack.
Yeah.
Following your presentation, and
sounds good.
And let's ask. I would like to ask Enid, who has her hand up, to ask her question, and then we make that the last question for the session, for this whatever block in the session.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. It was amazing to watch and really inspiring. I guess I'm still trying to formulate my questions because I have so many. But I was really interested in your use of Miyazaki's the method of hope and how that can offer a kind of alternative way of making and doing in public spaces. And yeah, one of the things I've been thinking about with Miyazaki was this kind of moving beyond ideas of aspiration or hope as temporal, and how can we think about hope as something that's also lived in space, and what does space do to hope, and this kind of interaction. And yeah, that's why my question is not well formulated, but I guess I'm just interested in how you're thinking with hope about these kind of alternative ways of making and doing in space. Yeah, sorry, it's not a well formulated question. I'm just really interested in how you're thinking about and with hope.
You're the hopeful one.
Thank you for the question. In the moment, actually, thanks to Chris and the introducing of Ecology and Kibogaku, what is called in Japanese, I sort of try to reiterate my PhD, which I'm doing, to kind of a hope and how hope opens the space. And it's interesting what you're saying in the sense of how hope embedded or open the space, because I'm thinking of the concept of a hopeful spaces. In a sense, what makes a place hopeful and what unhopeful spaces or hopeless spaces look like, and what is the ingredients as well introducing hope in a place. In a sense, what, for example, if you enter a room, how you discern if there's a hope in it or what is the experience of it. And as well, what I'm interested in is as well kind of a, coming from a Japanese context, kind of the collective experience of hope and how together as a society we can generate hope and hopeful events. And in my PhD, I'm looking especially at the degrowth now and urban population and the introduction of hope in it, in a sense, what people hope for, what they're looking forward, and as well, the potential of hope to waste as well. In a sense, the space you have that you can waste and not only produce, it produce hopeful. And I feel in the moment that not knowing what's gonna happen, in the sense of my PhD or with COVID-19 in the world, actually the uncertainty opens more encounters for hope rather than knowing what will happen each single day. So it kind of in a contradictory sense, the more ambiguity and uncertainty introduced, the more hopeful encounter you produce. So I feel like a hopeful space for me specifically, and maybe what we try to do in the project, is a space that you can waste, a space that you can speculate, have uncertainty, and just not have a concrete planning. The stiffening comes later. And I think through the introduction of hope, there's something that's opening up in the space and inside of us. And we try to express it in one way or another. And I think it's just such a wonderful word as well, hope, and that people hope for something. And in my project, a lot of people were asking me, what did you expect from the project? But very few have asking me, what did you hope for the project? And this turning around, not only in linguistic, but in a semantic way as well. What did you hope for? open so many more fields compared to what did you expect, since I had no expectations. Rather, I have so many more kind of hopes, what I hope to happen, and how to translate this to other people and how to express as well in an urban environment, which is most of the time quite closed for hope encounters and for strangers and for junk aesthetics.
Thank you. I think that was a really, really interesting exchange. Thanks for that. So with that, I would like to move on to the next presentation, which I will start. Give me a second here.
Hi everyone, today I'm going to introduce to you natural farming in the Shinju Highlands, the case of an Atayal Farmers Association. So my central argument is that natural farming is a degrowth strategy. Although the state's policies toward agriculture are oriented towards economic growth, natural farming is reducing dependency on outside inputs and creating community autonomy. So Jinsha Township is in the north-central area of Taiwan, and it's a very high mountainous township with a lot of very remote villages. First, I want to talk about Aboriginal people in the context of the Taiwan Miracle, the role of agriculture in Taiwan's economic development, some alternative development strategies, the community itself, what natural farming they practice, as well as their motivations and challenges. The case of Taiwan's economic development has been called the Taiwan Miracle, and it's a very famous so-called successful case of development state policies, where the government aggressively pursued economic development, even suppressing civil liberties in the process. However, in this, although many people experienced a rapid rise in living conditions, Aboriginal people were comparatively left behind. They were overrepresented in dirty, dangerous, and disgusting jobs such as construction working, coal mining, deep-sea fishing, and prostitution. And they had a higher rate of worker deaths and injuries than the general population. Their communities were also suffered from out-migration to the city, as well as land grabbing and privatization, as well as an aggressive assimilation policy where they had to change their language and also adopt Chinese names. In the 90s, also after the lifting of martial law and greater recognition of global recognition of this concept of indigeneity, helped give Aboriginal people in Taiwan a voice with which to protest their treatment and to demand further rights. Now they've achieved the official recognition of 16 different groups and a governmental body called the Council of Indigenous Peoples, as well as permanent seats in the legislature. Agriculture was important in Taiwan in their path towards industrialization. Later, it was marginalized as the economy was developed, and it became a subsidy recipient. Rural areas as well were mixed use, and they were rural areas became mixed use, agriculture, and industrial, and there was a lot of subsequent pollution. Now, farming is still smallholder dominated, and the field size is even shrinking. Additionally, Taiwan joining the World Trade Organization led to a drop in the prices because of competition from other countries' produce. To counter some problems, the state has created this organic promotion plan, which is supposed to attract new entrants and will provide some classes and even some subsidies and reimbursements to get people to adopt organic farming. Another problem that people face is, of course, the climate change and environmental change, which affects the rainfall, link of seasons, as well as landslides. So the community itself is one of 16 recognized, government-recognized Aboriginal groups in Taiwan, where the majority population is actually Han. Their customary land is in the high mountains of north and central Taiwan. farming was their traditional subsistence activity, and it was mostly associated with women, while men were doing hunting and also protecting the fields. Nowadays, the villages are mostly agricultural, but they have been developing some ecological tourism and recreational businesses. Many villages have adopted organic agriculture and set up some independent farmers associations and co-ops. As far as alternative developments, many young people want to try to ensure the survival of their traditional culture through recreational tourism, such as like ecotourism and ethnotourism, and there have been a lot of successful cases of community-led recreational businesses in which the community owns land, informally owns land as a cooperative and operates their business as a cooperative. But there have been a lot of unsuccessful cases in which land is sold to developers who are from outside the community, and the local people are left no better off from all the tourism interest that's been generated. Even in the best case, like this ecotourism ultimately fosters dependence on the market. Now I'm going to talk about the farmers' experiences. So this is one of the organic fields in the mountains. So why did they decide to choose Korean natural farming? So there's a church in their village, and they had a connection with a church in South Korea, and they were able to sponsor one of the farmers to go for a work exchange in South Korea, where he learned this Korean natural farming. And he came back to his community and decided to try it, and also he wanted other people to join along with him. He was only able to attract 4 other farmers. This Korean natural farming is using these enzyme liquid fertilizers to mix with some locally sourced plants as mulch, and they spread these on the field, so they don't need to make compost. It also will provide some alternatives for farmers who are raising livestock, because you can make some feed that is using medicinal herbs from the mountains, and you won't need to use antibiotics. And the pest control is not chemical but structural. So here's one of the traps for insects that they showed us. And here is their liquid enzyme fertilizer. And you can see this farm is in these fields are in the very high mountains, and they are terraced fields. So far, they've seen a lot of positive results, and one of them is a return of their old ecological knowledge and vocabulary. So this ethnotourism creates this kind of traditional knowledge as a commodity, but in the natural farming case, in fact, this knowledge is practical for everyday living. So it's a lot more durable. Of course, they've seen reduced yields and profits, but their expenses are reduced as well because they don't need to buy fertilizer from the outside. And they can source all the herbs that they need and the mulch that they would need from places around the mountain. One farmer has secured a stable income through a university service responsibility that's created a contract with him to buy eggs from his chickens. Another farmer is growing mushrooms and raising fish, which are both high value and pretty easy for him to manage because he's quite old. Overall, the community approval is very low, but over time it's still growing. They just started doing this about 1.5 to 2 years ago. At that time, everyone thought this was very foolish because you can't make any money from it. But over time, more people in the community have gotten involved. One of the farmers invites students from the local elementary school to come learn from him, and now they're growing millet and inviting some people to join. So as people become more familiar with it, they start to understand the reason behind it. There's no certification agency, either governmental or private, in Taiwan, so anyone can use this term natural, and there's a general lack of awareness of what is natural farming. But over time, more people are understanding this. Here are some of the chickens, and they use some cinnamon and some other Chinese medicine for their feed. So this natural farming is as a degrowth strategy. Instead of chasing economic growth, instead of using like economic growth-based thinking for protecting their culture, like ultimately that never had any success for them, or even in the most successful case, it was not that practical. This agritourism, ethnotourism, ecotourism, they're all widely promoted as the most low impact development strategies, but even in the best situations, there have been cases of people who sell their property to developers who build like a luxury guest house or hotel. And if enough people do this over time, it ruins the land for farming, it ruins the appeal of the land for tourism. So no one is left better off by this. And alternatively, if you want to pursue growth through agriculture, the mountain land is very unsuitable for this. So the natural farming is really the only way to ensure subsistence and cultural survival without having as many trade-offs. I mean, the main trade-off is just having less money. This goes into their long-term plan. So for now, all of these farmers are still have fields that are organic and fields that are naturally farmed, because they don't know everything about all the traditional crops, and it's also not so easy to get the seeds for all the traditional crops, like to buy them, so you would have to grow them. So it's a long-term process. Additionally, there's no government support for transitioning your field to natural farming, so they have to support themselves, so it will take a little longer. Ultimately, they need to consider what are their long-term development strategies for their community. So they want to make money so they can send their children out to university so they can leave the community eventually, or do they want to create a thriving community like where they are? They want to recenter their community as the center of their social life and of importance for them. The oldest farmer is the most experienced farmer in this association, and he believes that, in fact, natural farming has nothing to do with these kind of liquid fertilizers or enzymes, and these other natural farmers, some kind of agroecological trend. In his experience, rotational farming is the only real natural farming. So for rotational farming, you will need a lot of fields that you can use in periods of about 10 years. You'll leave them fallow, and then you can go back to them and clear them and farm on them again. And at that time, there will be a lot of natural fertility, and you won't have pests, so you don't need to use pesticide, you don't need to add fertilizer at all. However, the only way to have the amount of land that you would need for this is if Atayal people can have access to all of their customary lands. And that goes into this kind of return our land movement thinking. So that's a social movement that's been going on a long time, where Aboriginal people are asking the government to give them rights over their traditional lands again. And for natural farming, it plays right into this. So I think he's the most experienced of all these farmers, and he really knows the long-term goal of this. So I thank everyone for listening to me today, and I look forward to your comments.
Thank you so much, Victoria, for the presentation.
Thanks.
So far, I don't see any comments any questions in the channel, so let's go to live questions again. Any questions for Victoria? Yes, Sachiko. No, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Still, can you say something? Can't hear you. Yeah, sorry. Maybe you can type it in the channel and then I'll read it and then we can come back to your question. Any other questions? I see someone is typing. Several people are typing. If somebody wants to volunteer and ask the question live, that works too. Ah, Ryo Kosaka? No, gone again.
Hi, Ryo Kosaka speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so my question was, thank you for your quite interesting presentation, and it was quite interesting that the support by the Korean church or the group has been influential in this activity. I couldn't catch quite clearly what you were saying about these ecotourism and other relevant tourism activities that you mentioned during your presentation. Oops. So could you clarify a little bit more on these linkages between the tourism and these organic agriculture activities? Tomorrow we'll be presenting a bit on the local foods, traditional vegetables. So I was just curious what the interlinkages between tourism and the activities you mentioned were. Was it a positive effect, or you were not so positive about these activities?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for your question. Overall, there's a community nearby the village that I visited. It's called Simakus. I'll write it down later. And they've become very famous for having a successful cooperative ecological tourism like business that the community runs together. They even hold land in common together. However, even in their very, very successful model, which other communities have taken as a model for them to develop, some members of the village have still sold their land to people outside of the community, and it's been developed as hotels. So I guess I'm overall critical of ecotourism as a solution for preserving the environment, because developing the demand will still stimulate people to come in, and they'll want to develop some nicer facilities, and also the people visiting the community will want to stay over, and they'll want to have like a nicer like guest house or something to stay in. So even nearby, they will develop some peripheral areas for people to stay. So I think that it's not like an ideal solution the way it's presented by the government.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have Sachiko wrote down her question, which I will read now. So Victoria, what is the difference between Korean natural farming and organic farming? In Japanese natural farming, you usually don't use fertilizer and do no-till.
Yes, the organic farming has private certification agencies and a public certification agency, and pesticide fertilizers as long as they're registered as organic. So as long as they're from naturally derived ingredients. The Korean natural farming, on the other hand, does not allow this kind of chemical pesticide, even from naturally derived ingredients. And their fertilizer is not like making compost the way it is with organic farming. It's just making these kind of liquid enzyme compounds. Everyone has their definition of organic. I've even met some people who decide not to register organic, but they're still practicing it. But as far as the certification, organic you can still impact the earth negatively through the overuse of these fertilizers and pesticides. And natural farming goal is to not buy anything from outside and to use everything, source everything locally. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Then we have one question also written in the channel, but I think Yeah, and one raised hand. So I don't know who was first. Let's go with Nakamura-san.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Victoria. It is very interesting to see that ecological benefits are integrated into the local practices and also at the same time offering benefits for people through ecotourism and recreation. Being in Netherlands, the agriculture is very artificial, so introducing greenhouses, so on. And one of the main discussion out there is climate change, especially how to manage increasing demands of damaged crops due to climate change, for instance. But this does not apply to your case, I suppose. But maybe actual climate change risks are more alarming in organic and natural-based agriculture. So my question would be something related to one of your slides about long-term perspective. There are I suppose no points pointed out here, but I wonder if you come up any ideas or risks related to climate change in your case. Thank you.
Yes, actually the farmers all mentioned that they've noticed changes when growing fruit, that it's flowering earlier, so the seasons are changing. Also, they've noticed differences in the rainfall, so the rainfall is less frequent and heavier. And for them, they've noticed that their traditional crops are actually more durable in the face of these changes, like their traditional crops of millet, for example. It's very drought resistant and it works well for them and they also grow bamboo in the mountains, a lot of bamboo actually. And they've noticed that these two haven't really suffered that much, but the cash crops like tomatoes, they have some difference in the amount they're able to produce. So their long-term plan is to switch to their traditional crops. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we can take one last question. Do you want to read it out or should I read it out instead? Okay, then I'll read it out. So this is from Xinhua from Kyoto University. Thanks for the interesting research. And I also conducted some research about different styles of farming in Taiwan, and it's nice to meet someone doing research on a similar topic. I'd been working with Han people, and some of them are engaging in organic and natural farming with Buddhist religion concerns. Are there any factors related to the ethnic culture or tradition that motivate them to devote themselves to natural farming?
That's actually a really good question. I think that I did talk to one farmer there who was growing millet, and originally her community was growing tomatoes, and she said that when they started growing millet again recently, a lot of the ritual processes returned, and a lot of the small rituals that they will do in their ritual calendar cycle became kind of practical for them to follow, instead of when they're growing these tomatoes for just for making money. So it seems like their ethnic, their cultural qualities are really deeply connected to the specific crops that they grow. And that's where their most of their knowledge is. But unfortunately, some of it has been lost as they transition. So some things they can learn from the elders in their communities, some things they have to try something new. Sorry.
I don't think we can hear you, sorry. But that's an awesome profile picture. Okay, so thank you for the questions. And now I would like to move on to the next presentation. The next presentation will be not a recording, but live presented by Satoe Nakahara. Would you please start your screen sharing?
Today, I'd like to talk to you about ways to make commons
using aquatic plant in the local society with people who have different value in life. And here is the outline of my presentation. First, the background of this study. Second, previous research. And the third, 2 cases of people who use aquatic plants as compost. Fourth, I will analyze these activities from the perspective of social exchange. Finally, I will conclude by sharing how we can create commons with others for using aquatic plants today. I'd like to begin by discussing the background of the problem of aquatic plants. The use of aquatic plants from lakes and seas as compost has been observed in some places around the world. So did in Japan before the advent of chemical fertilizers. In the mid-1950s. In Lake Biwa, aquatic plants began to flourish in 1994, causing stench, hindrance to ship movement, and destruction of scenery. In 2010, Shiga Prefecture began cutting aquatic plants to produce compost and distributed this to any people who want to use for field, gardening, and roadside trees, expecting to nurture residents' interest and involvement to settle this problem. From the viewpoint of commons, the traditional commons among those using aquatic plants collapsed with the advent of chemical fertilizers. I would like to emphasize that it is necessary to recreate modern commons of aquatic plants under such problematic circumstances. However, how to do it? According to previous researches on environmental issues in Lake Biwa, they can be done in 2 ways. One is to construct systems for promoting voluntary activities such as ordinances, local currency, and governmental subsidies. The other is to focus on activities in everyday life in the local community. The purpose of this study is to investigate the possibility of recreation of new commons in order to settle the problem of the aquatic plants flourishing in Lake Biwa based on the residents' voluntary activities. Next, I would like to talk about my fieldwork and interviews in 2 areas. Here, you can see a map. Lake Biwa is here. Oh, I'm sorry. Lake Biwa is here, and Kyoto is here. And this is Shiga Prefecture, and Manohama is here, and Makimachi area is here. This is my field research field. And the distance between 2 areas is 10 kilometers or 6 miles. First, I will discuss about the Manohama area. Mr. Y runs an inn on the lake shore. In 2014, upon seeing the beach covered with aquatic plants and garbage, he began cleaning the beach alone. In the summer of 2015, he loaded his light pickup truck with 350 kilograms aquatic plants and made 5 to 10 round trips from the beach to his field every day. 2 years later, he devised 2 tools for collecting aquatic plants. The plants piled up like mountains and dried naturally. He then put up a sign saying, "Please take this for your field," with his contact information. The quantity of the plants gradually decreased, so he knew that people were taking it. Mr. M saw this sign, contacted Mr. Y, and began using aquatic plants as compost for his fields. He had begun growing vegetables 15 years ago. He and his family eat only homegrown vegetables. He also supplies them to neighbors and to Mr. Y for his inn's visitors, and sells to the elderly at a low price. Next, I would like to talk about Makimachi area. Mr. H set up a group for non-commercial and environmentally conscious agriculture to grow rice after his retirement. In 2017, he received a prefectural subsidy to maintain traditional agriculture. In 2018, he began using aquatic plant compost produced by the Shiga Prefecture. He now utilizes the harvest with his family and neighbors and also delivers it to the local elementary school for educational purposes. Now, a nearby rice field owner has also begun using aquatic compost. Mr. H is trying to popularize this type of agriculture among other farmers so as to turn it into a business. I would like to analyze these activities from the viewpoint of social exchange. First, the Manohama area activity. I heard the following impressive words from Mr. Y. For the first time, I was cleaning the beach with a sense of duty. I was complaining while cleaning, but it soon became fun. Was this beautiful place always here? I realized that I could indeed keep it clean with my own hands. And Mr. M said, we use aquatic plants only because Mr. Y gives them to us. We are conducting social activities using vegetables. Mr. Y provides a cleaning service to the people who come to the beach. He feels a sense of accomplishment when he sees strollers cleaning the litter on the beach, which in turn increases the number of families with children visiting the beach and sells up. He enjoys a symbolic relationship with Mr. M, to whom he gives aquatic plants for compost and from whom he receives vegetables in return. Mr. M, meanwhile, shares the vegetables with family, relatives, and neighbors and gets to hear the word delicious in return. Mr. M also provides the elderly vegetables at low prices. Of course, it is good for his own health and joy. In other words, their exchange is based on the barter of things and feelings, and in equivalent trade. This is his raison d'etre in society after retirement. However, Mr. H talked like this. I want to spread this type of agriculture far and wide. It is not merely a fun activity, but a potential future business opportunity. It is our generation that damaged the environment, and now it is our duty to make amends. Mr. H is aiming at an equivalent exchange because his group intends to convert its activity into a business. However, what I intend to emphasize is that he was motivated by Mr. H's zeal, not by the rewards of economic profit. According to Claude Lévi-Strauss, there are two types of societies. One is based on face-to-face activities or relationships among those who know each other and their children and their chain of relationship. The Manohama area activity belongs to this. The other is created by media, law, and money, and is non-visible relationship. The Makimachi area activity belongs to this. However, important thing is that both the activities spread through face-to-face relationship, face-to-face engagements. The main findings of these studies are as follows. First, people began certain activities not to solve the problem of aquatic plants or biodiversity or environmental conservation or preservation. Second, they performed their activities according to their needs. Mr. Y's and Mr. M's motivates are their own joy and raison d'etre in the community, respectively. Third, their activities affect others not by way of economic profit, but by face-to-face relationship, which convey the idea or thought to produce safe and healthy foods. To conclude, in order to help society solve problems beyond small local communities, face-to-face dialogue for exchange of ideas is effective. Therefore, I propose the following 4 ideas. 1, talk salons at the community center. 2, workshops on cleaning activity. 3, introduction to a public farm for rent. 4, field tours for awareness about aquatic plants activity. However, owing to the current impact of the coronavirus, the feasibility of these ideas is doubtful. Thank you for taking the time to join me today.
Thank you. So I will now hand over to Mai, who is back as the session chair. Yay!
Okay, so I would like to see, Christoph was doing this so well. So I don't see specific questions for Nakamura-san yet, sorry, Nakahara-san yet. So if there is anybody who would love to go ahead and ask the
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I'll type.
You can ask directly if you have a question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And my question is that thank you for your presentation. Even I live in the same prefecture, I didn't know about those practices. And my question is that the practices sound quite interesting and sounds very great. But I'm wondering the amount of utilization seems to be too small compared to the whole program of those weeds, water plants. So how do you think about the possibility of expanding and spreading those practices to other farmers or other activists or other people? I would like to listen to your thoughts about those possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your good question. I think I know what you're saying because the Manohama area is really small place. But the volunteer people is only one people. So there are and there is not so many amount of aquatic plant. That's why that is enough for only one people. But there are another people. There are another place to another place. Washed up aquatic plant. So if they know the activity of this, they might change their attitude to the problem in front of their residence area. Maybe they face the beach, so they might change the idea. That's why I am planning this for event.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. But my feeling is that ordinary citizens think that that's the issue that should be dealt by, which should be dealt by the prefecture government or the national government. So I'm a little bit not so optimistic about the future of this bottom-up project. This is just my feeling. I hope that kind of practices will be adopted by other volunteers or other farmers. Thank you very much.
I think we can't hear you. You are unmuted, but
So thank you very much for your answer. Thank you.
Well, in that case, let's see. So I think we have 2 more questions in the channel, but we're running a little bit late, so I'll just take one. Siti, you are asking about the composition of the waterweed or aquatic plant, right? Sorry, we can't hear you. I'm wondering if Zoom is giving up on us here because the meeting has run too long. Siti, I know you're unmuted, but we still can't hear you, so I would, sorry for that. So I would suggest we take the discussion to the Slack channel, which is here for us, even if Zoom is not here for us. And in the hope that everyone can still hear me, I'm I would like to move on to the last presentation for session 2. And that means presenters Azim and Sandeep. Are both of you presenting? Let me quickly. Yes, I can hear someone typing. Can you say something?
Yes, both will present.
Was that Azim? Was that you talking?
Yes, both will present. Mary Ann will introduce about us, and then we will she will hand over to us, and then we will present.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you still have some energy for the last presentation of the day. I know it's not easy being on Zoom for almost 5 hours now. But anyway, I'm Mary Ann Manahan. I'm a feminist activist researcher and campaigner based in the Philippines, and I've been working for 17 years on campaigns to defend, reclaim, and expand the commons, as well as document alternatives in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, and beyond. I'm also an active volunteer in the women's, peasant, and right to the city social movements here in the country. And right now, I'm a co-facilitator of the Beyond Development Global Working Group. I just would like to acknowledge my co-facilitators also in the session, Mabruka Mabrek, who woke up very early. She's based in Vermont, US right now. So a little bit of the Beyond Development Global Working Group. It's a collective space for dialogue, learning, and learning interaction involving around 30 activists, organizers, academics, activists. Group. So we have Gandhian, ecofeminists, neo-Marxists, thinker, degrowth thinkers, etc. But what brings us together is the common desire, hope, and necessity, the political urgency of finding, featuring, debating, and advancing alternatives, various radical transformative practices in work areas and their different articulations against what we see as a very colonialist, capitalist, patriarchal, racist, and even statist status quo that engenders multiple crises that Ashish has already mentioned in the beginning. Ashish is one of our an active working group participant. And what he mentioned in the beginning about the failure and violence of development is part of a common working framework that working group participants subscribe to. So through the working group, we hope to build ecologies of ecologists, much like what we're doing right now. It's a forum of mutual dialogue, co-creation, and action. We hope to decolonize knowledge and challenge the very hegemonic Eurocentric perspective that are often accepted as the theme of truth, and even push the boundaries of what are often considered. One of the approaches we use to bring together the diverse transformative experiences of grassroots and bottom-up initiatives from around the world is through a collection of case studies of what we call as alternatives as phenomena in constant motion. The book Cities of Dignity is our third book of urban territories, because we realize that when we often tackle rural alternatives, not much about what alternatives are out there in the city, what slum dwellers and people at the marginalized informal spaces in the city are doing. And in the first two books, we've tackled many of the rural alternatives. And our starting point in our discussion is actually the notions of the commons, but beyond that, which has inspired many local transformative struggles, both defensive and offensive, of radical urban transformation. The book contains many interesting experiences from Africa, Latin America, and Asia, and transnational platforms that these processes and forge local transnational solidarity. One of these cases with my colleagues Asim and Sandeep will guide us through it. Actually, if you've listened to this morning, he also the Buj case. They will talk about the transformative practices in imagining and building up ways of Buj, focusing on water management, decent housing, gender and equity, and the importance of urban planning, where slum dwellers are at the front center of decision making. Without further ado, I would like to call Asim Mishra, who is a qualified urban planner. He's involved in various aspects of urban life, that's participatory urban planning, slum redevelopment, informal ecology. And Sandeep Vermani is an architect by training who has helped 4 institutions over the past 29 years. Players have played important roles in the Homes in the City program since 2006. Thank you, Sandeep and Asim.
Could you also please share your slides as well via share screen? Because I know that you've submitted some slides which are also available in the channel, but I think it would be nice to have them here as well. Thank you. Awesome, thanks.
Sandeep, are you here?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm asking Sandeep is here. Because Sandeep is supposed to introduce about city and other things, then so I shall start. So Bhuj is a historic town and which was established in 16th century, and it was planned quite well. We are living in an arid region where we face a lot of water related issues here. So initially when city was established, it was only up to 6 square kilometer area, but right now it's spreaded up to 56 square kilometer area. And now we have population of about 2 lakh, 0.2 million, you can say. And about 30% people lives in informal settlements. So HIC, Homes in the City, in short form, we call it HIP. It is a collective initiative of civil society organizations and issue-based collectives in both. And our aim is to empower vulnerable communities, strengthen people, democracy through decentralization of municipal powers, gender and ecological justice, and basically focus on 3 principles, which are democratic decentralization, not only services but governance also, equity. We focus on empowering disadvantaged and marginalized groups, and whatever interventions we plan, it should be ecologically conducive. So these are the 5 founder organizations of this programs. ACT basically works on decentralized water management. Hunarsala works on urban planning and low carbon design and building construction. Sajivan works on biodiversity conservation, and we have 2 social organizations. Kutch Mahila Vikas Sangathan works on gender equity and justice, and Setu works on decentralized participatory governance. And we, over the years, we have formed city level as well as area level associations. Saki Sagini is a collective of women residing in informal settlements. JSS works on water argumentation and management. We have Cattle Rearers Association, which works for milk production and protecting rights of cattle rearers. We have migrants, street vendors, and female sex workers association also. These are city level association, but we also have area level and ward level association, which are ward and areas committees that have been found as per our constitution. So this is just to showcase how we work together. So there are 2 social organizations, Setu and KMS. We have 3 technical partners, and at the bottom we have these citizens collectives, and they work together through the ward committees, and sometimes they directly work with the Bhuj municipality as well as public departments. And wherever they will require the technical support or some kind of guidance, these handholding and support did by these civil society organizations. So basically HIC works on fellowships mode. We have public fellows where we have engaged some of the citizens who are willing to work with us for developing our city, as well as we have some fellows within these partner organizations. We have a steering committee which is represented by eminent citizens, some representatives from CBOs and NGOs, and we have a director and coordinator who coordinate between these two things. So we are working on basically 5 thematic areas: decentralized governance, informal sector, environment, gender equity and justice, and slum rehabilitation, housing and land rights. So it is quite difficult for us to tell about each and everything. So we have selected 3 aspects where I will tell you about a few stories from each, like water management, empowering women and adolescent girls, and slum rehabilitations. So here we present a few transformative demonstrations that we have been able to demonstrate over last 1 decade. Water is a precious resource in arid regions like Bhuj. Therefore, our ancestors had established Bhuj on a 100 square kilometer confined aquifer, which was recharged through a complex system. 4 lakes along with over 70 ponds were developed, and 3 rivulets were connected through aqueducts and divergent channels to fill these lakes in order to fulfill the water requirement of the city. This system was functional till 60s, but as deep groundwater borewells and pipelines to transport water from 1,000 kilometers were developed, this traditional water system was ignored. This centralized water system further marginalized poor settlements with unequal distribution of water. These are old pictures of our lakes. So as per ACT water balance study, the city receives more than enough water from rainfalls to meet the present requirement of water of the city. If the old system can be revived and the recharge facilities be restored, and 70% of these structures and channels have been repaired by the program. We have also a groundwater recharge plan for the Bhuj city, and this photograph is from a colony that got flooded because of drainage channels have been encroached by real estate. So the program made recharge pits in the common plot, which helped to eliminate the flooding problem, but also solve the problem of water quality and quantity of the colony by recharging the aquifer. This photograph is from an informal settlement where water is pumped to a water tank from a well and then distributed in the area. This system is entirely managed by local community. The person standing in the first photograph is Mr. Dayaram. He is a HIC fellow who works for water-stressed areas with the technical support from ACT and monetary support for demonstration from HIC, municipal funds, and community contributions. Many informal settlements have benefited from Mr. Dayaram's support. 2 rainwater harvesting systems have been installed over 30 municipal schools in the city with the support of program. Children from water-stressed slums are known to fill their water bottles and take them home for their parents. More than 40% of city's water comes from the revived and recharged aquifer now. The marginalized communities manage their own water systems independent of the municipality. So housing is another major challenge for poor in our cities. About 30% of city population lives in shanties with inadequate housing or basic services. The HIC program has prepared a slum-free city plan of action that shows that everyone can be housed in only ground plus 1 homes with 60 hectares to spare. To demonstrate this approach, 3 slums having 340 houses where SDGs were active and willing to take up this project were selected in the first phase. When slums were approached for taking up rehabilitation projects, they were reluctant to be part of this kind of project because they were feared that government may take their land. But when they were told that amount for construction would come to their accounts and they will build their houses themselves, they agreed for the project. The first photograph is of a community leader from one of the redeveloped sites. She is also a member of Sati Sangini and played a very crucial role to convince the people for redevelopment and engage them in the entire process. Here, owner-driven approach was adopted instead of a developer-led approach, which is the model for developing housing in the entire country. When developers construct houses, their focus is on making profits, and hence they build multi-story buildings often in the outskirts due to low land price. Unlike developer-led development, here owners invested 25 to 30% of the dwelling unit cost and were able to construct additional 30 to 35 square meter area. Houses were designed in such a manner so that it can be extended up to 3 floors to accommodate future generations. Given an opportunity for slum dwellers to design, implement, manage, and own the project. Here, adequate provisions were made for recreational and livelihood activities, segregation of vehicular and pedestrian movements, etc. The entire neighborhood was divided into clusters as per familiar groups within the community, and these clusters were interconnected with pedestrian pathways connected through green corridors. Services like play schools, community spaces are also interlinked through pedestrian pathways. So many climate resilient features like use of green building materials, recycling of waste material and wastewater, dome roofs, rainwater recharge, and recycling of wastewater has been introduced in these sites. This slum redevelopment project is recognized as one of the best practices by the Ministry of Housing, Government of India. These are a few photographs of the houses built here. So, though socio-economic transformation has been ensured through women's self-help groups, legal assistance and counseling, etc., the main achievement is to transforming patriarchal customary laws of communities with whom we are working here. Now, women are also part of the committees and influence decisions. In these photographs, you can see the number of females or women more than the males, and they influence the decisions, that's why. That results into allowing women and girls to do unconventional work such as flying auto rickshaw, doing business, etc. Some community institutions like Devi Puja Samaj now insist that adolescent girls continue their education as much as boys, ban their marriage before they are 18, and engage in activities usually associated with boys like playing cricket, video shooting, traveling out of the city alone, and drive vehicles, etc. All these issues are being addressed in ward planning exercise as we want to include all the aspects legally in the planning framework. The marginalized wards are now beginning to be allocated funds based on their wards. I hope Sandeep has joined us. Sandeep, are you here? So please unmute.
So Sandeep is unmuted, but we still can't hear him. For anyone who has that problem, please try reconnecting to the Zoom. We've had some reports that that has fixed the problem for some.
So I shall try to.
Yes, please.
So I shall try to conclude as we are not able to connect with him. So basically, what we have observed throughout our work that underprivileged are asserting their rights across sectors using constitutional tools. Their leadership emerging among different sectors like water, cattle rearing, street vendors, migrants across the city. And city is realizing that there are alternatives, decentralized and ecologically sensitive ways of finding solutions. But what the challenge we are facing here that we are not able to scale up at the scale that it is required, and basically the right-wing centralized, corrupt, unaccountable polity is the main issue here, and this is main challenge before us. How do we scale? Anyone can refer our website to know more about our work. Even can read our paper on this Cities of Dignity book. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see any questions in the channel right now, so if anyone has a question, we can take them live. I also have some private messages reaching me. Mabruka says that what Sandeep would have probably said is that the slum dwellers of Burj took over their city planning without state representative. And this is the first of its kind of bottom-up transformation. And Ashish is sharing a link that I will post into the Slack channel right now with another case study on this. Here you go. Any other questions for Asim? And sorry again for the technical issues here.
Checking. Can you hear me now? Oh.
Okay, so Mai has just tried to reconnect and it seems to have fixed the problem.
I guess. So hopefully Sandeep can join as well.
Any questions?
Mike, can I ask Asim something?
Yes, go ahead.
Asim bhai, hello, Ashish here.
Hi, Ashish.
So maybe you can also talk a little bit about how some of the groups, especially the marginalized groups, were able to cope during COVID times. I don't know if I joined a little late, so in case you already dealt with it, sorry. But if not, then perhaps you can talk a bit about this.
So I will touch on that issue also. Actually, we have formed associations, as I have said, for the street vendors, migrants, and we have associations for women group, Sakhi Sangini, which works in informal settlements basically. So we had these groups already before the COVID. When COVID came, basically these people who are working in the informal sector are main sufferers here, because they are daily breadwinners for their family, and their work was suddenly stopped completely. So they were facing problems to access the food. These groups have prepared list of the needy families in their community, in their areas, and they have submitted to the civil society organizations like HIC, and they facilitated us to reach out these kind of needy people. So they worked as a mediator between the service provider and the receiving in people. So in that way, these groups association has been helped us. And we also did a vulnerability assessment of the informal sector, because we are working with a large number of informal sector workers like street vendors, migrants, female sex workers, and they are facing a lot of problems due to this COVID. Their work has been completely stopped. Right now, this unlock has been started, but their work has been affected because the demand and supply chain has been disturbed right now. So we are trying to help them to cope up with this situation.
Thank you. I see Sandeep has joined us. Can you say something? Let's see.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Awesome.
Okay, great.
Hooray.
Anything you would like to add? I understand that you may have not caught everything because you had to rejoin.
Yes, I just wanted to share that the basic strategy of the program is to allow a lot of individual people who want to work with the marginalized sections of our city to go in, develop a relationship with that marginalized community, and then be able to develop a solution with them. As long as we are trying to develop all the solutions within the constitutional framework of the country, and not necessarily based on what the government schemes or programs are at the moment. And then the institutions and civil society supports them to implement that idea, to show to the city that there is an alternative that is possible. Once that idea has been implemented, the organizations and the HISC partners come together to try and influence the government to take this up on a larger scale. That is the principal strategy which has allowed us to be able to expand to a lot of the marginalized, or most of the marginalized sections of the city.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're already pushing the time a little bit. Thank you again to all of the presenters and to everyone for joining for session 2. Session 2 has been the longest session. All of the other sessions will be a little bit shorter. So if you made it through this one, you'll make it through all of the others as well. With that, we would like to round up the first day. I forgot to put on my video. We would like to round up the first day with a couple of minutes at the end here, trying to get to know each other a little bit better. For that, I would like to hand over again to Max, who will facilitate the final networking session of the first day. Max?
Thank you. And then let me also share my screen here with Lloyd. There we go. So the idea is basically that we should get to know each other a little bit at least. Usually there's a chance to tea break. This time with the we by Zoom splitting up the group allows the participants to be split up automatically into groups. You just stay online. See, we push the button, and then you will be suddenly split into groups of hopefully 5. And I hear my audio is breaking. It's really gone? No. So we'll start the break 2 times 10 minutes about. Please have a chat with the people you are meeting. And the topic, not our topic, so please say your name. And the conversation topic, yes, the world will be ... What you think how the world would be like. And then let me see how and where I can make the breakout group now here. 1 second. People are running away. We are only 25. Okay, do you want to take over? One second.
Okay, because it seems like Zoom doesn't like Max anymore either, but I'm still favored. I will. So what we're doing right now is for anyone who wants to stick with us for the last 30 minutes or so is to do a simple kind of breakout thing where we all join a couple of rooms with folks in and essentially have an informal chat where we start with favorite color, our name, and we use the online questions that we did earlier. The topics, in 10 years, the world will be, because there was some interesting stuff there, some good conversation starters. Max, where can we find them? I still have them, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're there.
Yes,
well,
got it.
People can just talk about whatever they wrote down.
Okay, so now I'm gonna invite everyone into the breakout rooms, right? Yes, okay. So 4 to 5 per room. Okay, and go everyone. Okay, welcome back to the main room, everyone. I know that a couple of breakout rooms are still going strong. I have 2 computers running here, and it's super weird to see me talking on the other screen. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see. I think in about 5 seconds, everyone else will be joining us again. Yay, here we go.
24 more.
Okay, cool.
Here we go.
Let's go for another. We still have like 10 minutes, maybe, no?
You want to do another round, Max?
I don't know how the people feel, how Genki everybody is, and we are now less people than before. But I mean, if the people who are still here, if we do another 10 minutes, maybe with another few faces.
Or maybe we can just talk amongst ourselves. Well, maybe
can just do one large group.
Yeah. talk
20
about what we
people.
talked about.
Yeah, we can do that. Well, sure. I mean, yes, there's some people are throwing in the thumbs. Okay, well then let's do that. I was wondering, so the other post-its that we had, let me try to see them here. Maybe I should open them here actually. So the other post-it was about the technology data. I asked about the data and the digital technology. Maybe I can share that. Der Host hat die Freigabe deaktiviert. Sorry, Christoph, can you make me a host?
Yes, I can. There you go.
Thank you. And then let's share this one and color, and then. So the question was basically about what's your thoughts on data and digital commons, and we could try to expand that maybe on where do you see the role of technology and the digital technology maybe connected, since we talked about the next 10 years. And I know for our field of like food and food transition, there's always this direction of future farming with smart agriculture, and everything is even more automated and human-free agriculture and labor-free agriculture, and everything is done by machines and AI. And I'm sure other fields have similar high-tech promises, but maybe the truth lies somewhere in between. So there's some opportunity besides the threats also in digital commons. Is there anybody who has a quick thought or who wants to immediately say something on that topic? How do you feel about technology and the use of technology?
I think people should be able to just unmute themselves now.
Yes.
So just pitch in, no need to raise hands or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, hi, I just have a quick comment about technology and
Mabruka. Yes, thank you.
agriculture. Hi, Mabruka. I'm Tunisian from North Africa. I'm with a global working group Beyond Development. And I guess I remember with the global working group, we had a field trip in the Andes in Ecuador, Nabon. Our first book, there's a chapter about it. It's in our website. I'll put it on the chat. Our books are all free. You don't have to pay because we believe it's important to have open access.
Great.
The raison d'etre of our group is that, you know, a lot of people are feeling kind of defeated but there's no alternatives. What's the alternatives, right? So that's what we do. We document alternatives, and some of the things are kind of surprising and impressive. So in Nabon, for example, a lot of people were using techniques to improve their soil, and they told me that is technology. And I'm like, what do you mean by technology? The technology doesn't have to be a robot. It's a knowledge that improves something. It's a technique, and that is technology. And you know, I think it's important to decolonize our language and not think about AI all the time. And when it comes to agriculture, I think if we are thinking about a post-development world, if we're talking, therefore, I think what comes to my mind in terms of agriculture is not replacing people with robot or brewing protein from peas, but simply to bring in regenerative practices, what we can help, the activities that can help nature to regenerate or improve the soil. That is technology. We're just forgotten about it. And in today's world, we have no place for that. It's all about production and consumption. So when we think post-growth, post-development, we shouldn't think in terms of production, consumption, but harmony, regeneration, reciprocity. So that was my 2 thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yes. Well, I think the important things about the 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 paradigm in the context of technology and development is like the way how the development at the moment that rely on growth is like how they undermining the knowledge of the people, and then the small things like the indigenous people knowledge in the context of saving like seed or kind of that, and then it's become they think it's not economic, it's even the subsistence economy. So I think it's important how the technology in the context of social media and things like you mentioned before is kind how bring the small things like against the big things that always promote through growth. Yeah. So I think it's important for us to like the small thing with the knowledge and care. I think it's something that need to bring to challenge the narrative of growth, which is how the governments like willing to facilitating the big things like extractive or a plantation kind of that. So I think the way how the technology need to providing more space in the context of the growth, the small things, but it's like, especially in the pandemic situation, it's really, what you call it, factual how the small thing is survived then the big things in the current crisis.
Yes, thank you very much. So it's about, so I think you started basically saying there's a devaluation of knowledge, right? That's one part of it. It's the brushing aside the existing knowledge, people and the local indigenous alternative knowledge is being devalued and then being disenfranchised in a way, right? Yeah. So it's the bringing the outside knowledge in or claiming the better technology being the new outside technology in a way, which I think happens in a lot of places of, it's a kind of tokenism probably of showing something shiny with big promises that actually never comes true. I think if we look at the promises made of new technologies and how much of that really ever materialized, it's quite questionable. And the longer time scale we look at, I think the more questionable it gets. There might be immediate benefits, but over long time scales, I think the local indigenous alternative knowledge usually then starts getting a bigger traction than the shiny technologies, as Mabruka mentioned, are considered the only technologies, which is not true. Yeah. Any other thoughts?
Tamura-san has raised her hand.
Tamura-san has raised her hand, okay.
Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, please.
Well, thank you. So I would like to, the digitalization or digital commons can reach the people in different world, the distance area. I think as one of the commons researcher, I do not want to mean to make revival of the old traditional commons. It's not our objective. That's what I would like to say now. So that to make the better commons, to putting the new idea or learning from the different commons in different area may benefit. So it's my positive view of the digital commons. That's all.
I was also wondering, this is Hein, about sort of a less pessimistic view of technology. We just learned about examples from Ecuador, shared to us by a colleague from Tunisia, to a group who's broadcasting from Japan, etc., etc. And this is only possible because we have Zoom and Slack. And so I think technology is never simply neutral, but it's not necessary by definition negative either, I think. So we can build on some of these technologies and use them to grow stronger global commons, as long as we remember the dangers, I think.
Well, I think many might be familiar with Sci-Hub as a method to get to publications that are not open access. And like through such technologies, it's now much easier than ever before to just get your hands on any kind of, well, academic writing at least. And I think that has certainly led to people having ideas they might not have had otherwise.
Can I comment?
Yes, I think Ryo and then Mabruka was also unmuting already.
Just one is just comment that I think now we're seeing a universe expanding with a lot of webinars and a lot of streaming images that keeps, I think, expanding right now. And this is something I don't know whether this will bring a learning process, or it might be a little bit more difficult to get to the information that you want. So that's something I am questioning right now, because I do a lot of these webinars, and sometimes it's a little bit difficult to find the point that you were want to reference to and so on. But of course, there's literature and slides that could be quite helpful as well. But this streamlining data set that is expanding, that is something I would be quite interested. And the second point is there's a point in number 2. Intellectual property laws have already done good jobs, and tomorrow I'll talk about the geographical indications, which will something like in between the rights approaches and also right-based approach. So sometimes there is like something in between commons and right-based approach. So something could be shared amongst the communities, and that can be done in these legal frameworks. So that's something I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any response? Yes.
If I just can add something, it's just to bounce back on what Heinz said about technology not being negative, because we all on Slack and Zoom. Nobody said it was negative. That's interesting that you're mentioning this, because I think that we are so used to polarize things and being against and for, and I only mentioned that technology could be widened because people expressing themselves only in Quechua were saying the technique they use to prevent erosion, it is technology. I just wanted to throw in that way, that technology could be things that we don't even think is technology. So I never said technology was negative, but the fact that you right away assumed that this conversation was about for and against is interesting to me. And I just take note of it. Thank you.
I was responding to Max, who I do think was suggesting that technology was negative. But I use your example because it was such a perfect example, spanning the whole globe.
I think it's one thing that's kind of easy to forget, or I think that will be really crucial going forward, is to make sure that we don't just have like these powerful technologies, whether it's Zoom or Slack, or whether it's agroecology, but also that they become usable to as many people as possible. Because right now, for example, if you struggle with Slack or with Zoom, then it's really hard to participate in a conversation like this. The same is if you don't have access to some of these technologies, like if there's nobody, like for example, agroecology may not be possible to be acquired from reading a book. Maybe you need a teacher who teaches you what agroecology means in the place you are in the ecosystem you are in. So access to learning and to technology, I think, is maybe more important than ever before. And while, for example, Zoom and Slack, we had discussions on the organizing team what we should go with in terms of technology for this workshop. And the issue is that there are, for example, open alternatives out there, but often they are much harder to use. They require much more technical skill. And that means they're less accessible to many people, which is very unfortunate and something that I think really needs to change.
Yes, well, it's true. I painted a a very 1 or 0 picture at the beginning to start the conversation. I'm guilty of that.
It was very.
That's the role of the moderator, to start a conversation, I guess, sometimes. And it was successful again. Yeah, so it's already 10 to 7 here. I'm not sure what it is in your time zone, and it's been about 6 hours rolling now. And I think we have 2 more days to go. So even though it is all interesting and I like staying with you guys, I think it's fine for today to close the day also and move on. I did not prepare a final statement summarizing all of it today, but I think, Christoph, did you?
No, I don't think we need one. I think one thing we can do, though, is we can say a big thank you to everyone who got up at horribly early hours to catch this.
True.
That's another discussion we had. And because we've been here in Japan, we've been having a lot of meetings very late at night to accommodate for Europe and the US. We were like, you know what, we just center it on Asia, and then the Europeans or those in Europe can get up early. So sorry if that's you.
Yes.
If you got caught in that. That's another thing I guess we'll have to figure out, but that was also part of the reason why we said we use this hybrid mode with Slack, so people can catch keynotes and presentations afterwards or before, and don't need to necessarily get up super early. But yeah, thanks for making the effort of getting up and joining the conversation.
Yes.
And I'm not sure I would have the stamina, but you're very welcome to get up early again tomorrow to join us for day 2.
Yes, so every day we start at the same time, basically 12:45, keynote at 1, the next session at the next event at where's my
we will have
schedule?
more breaks tomorrow.
Exactly, tomorrow's more breaks, but so then again 2 o'clock a break, 3 o'clock the presentation session, 4:30 presentation. So we try to have every day the same rhythm in a way. So you can check in when you want. And then it's going to be tomorrow evening, again with me and Mabruka and Marianne as well. Yes. Thank you very much. Take a good rest. Enjoy your rest of the day or the night. And see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Good night. Otsukare. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
お疲れ様。